Well, I guess it's about that time. I think it's here that I heard was going to be here. I guess we'll get started with the pre-meeting. Do we, let's where we're going to be voting on the new chair, what's the procedure here, Rick? Like, do we do that in the regular meeting?
Yes, we want to do that in the regular meeting so you can continue on, with how it is right now. But it probably would be good in this meeting, if you don't mind, to introduce our new planning commissioner.
Would you please?
Yes. Jeff Barber, we're excited to have him on with us. Cortland and I sat down with him the other day, and he's going to be a great addition. We go to our planning commission. Jeff, you may want to say a few things, kind of introduce yourself in that, but he's got a lot of experience that's, I think, is going to complement our planning commission.
Wonderful.
So I've property in the valley, 6 acreage over in the Sure. Sure. Thank you. So I've been a property owner up in the unincorporated part of Huntsville over towards the monastery since 2006. I've lived there full-time since 2012. Came from California, Northern California, and one of the reasons I decided to seek this position when I found out that it became available is that I've spent, 30 some years of my life in California living in various resort communities. I think I counted up 9, including Ogden Valley right now. So I've seen good, I've seen bad, I've seen how things have been handled in various winter, summer situations. So I thought it would be interesting to be on this commission and hopefully keep Ogden Valley going in a great direction.
Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rick, do we want to just go down the list and
If there's ones you have specific questions on, maybe let's hit those first, just to make sure we have time, and then we can go back and hit the others.
okay. I had some questions on the rules of order. I don't know if everyone had a chance to review them.
Can I ask quickly, do we have an updated, concise packet? Usually there's one waiting for us at our desk, or is it, I didn't pick it up, thank you. I did not get that. I got it online. Hard copy. Perfect, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not going to recall what I read online.
So I don't know, you want to give background to the changes? I saw the changes. I don't know if kind of give us an idea what we're trying to accomplish there.
It might be good if we had legal go through those changes where they drafted it, and then Commissioner Wampler, if you have specific ones you'd like to address to Cortland, we can go over those on the rules of order.
Would you like me just to go through each one and
The changes?
describe it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Before you start though, can you let us know why? Like, what was the reason for the changes?
Yeah, that'll be something I'll go through as I go through the changes. It'll fit pretty well. The main change here that you would have seen or did see if you looked at the copy that was sent to you showing the changes is a reduction in length and a simplification of the conflict of interest rules for when a planning commission member needs to recuse himself or herself from the discussion or voting on any item. And the impetus for that change actually came from a couple of things. It came from the county commission, and it also came from just a reanalysis, if you will, not only for the planning commission, but for the county commission and other bodies of what the state code requires, what state law requires, and what is really appropriate in terms of a member of an elected or appointed body removing him or herself from the discussion or voting on an item. So this came up in part due to some items that were in front of both you and the county commission recently, where there were some questions about participation by certain members, including Commissioner Floor of the county commission. And there were members of the public who were questioning participation. So we in our department looked at what the state law requires, and it does not require, in a situation like anything the planning commission or the county commission deals with in these land use matters or similar things, it doesn't require recusal. It doesn't require a member to withdraw from participating in voting. What it does require is, in various situations, it requires declaring what the potential conflict is, making sure it's out in the open, and then it is really up to the individual to determine whether the individual is or is not able to move forward in the participation and the vote in a fair, impartial manner. So our recommendation is to stick with what state law requires and allow each member to make that determination. So we removed in our proposal, which again is a proposal, the part that says the planning commission gets to vote on whether another member needs to be removed from the discussion and voting. We leave it up to that member, and we do not define with any specificity anymore in our proposed changes exactly what constitutes a conflict of interest. We used to have, if you or a member of your family, like this member, have any kind of financial interest, that would constitute a conflict of interest. And we talked about timelines, things like that. So we really got rid of that based on those reasons, just trying to avoid adding requirements that don't exist under state law. And another thing, you'll notice in here, even if a member does feel that he or she needs to withdraw from participation in voting, we took out the part that says you have to leave the room. That was one of the things the county commission had concerns about, and they asked us to remove that part. So even if you recuse yourself from participation in the discussion and voting, under this proposed change, you would still be able to sit where you are and just silently observe. It would leave open the possibility, I suppose, of if you're not comfortable being there, you could come down and sit in the audience, or I guess potentially even leave, but it's not required under these changes. So that is that change. Any questions about that?
So, sorry. Would you say then that the verbiage that we would be adopting as in terms of this proposal, is this the same as the state law? I know you said you wanted to bring it in line with, is this the same?
We require disclosing the conflict in accordance with state law in the meeting in which the matter is being discussed. And then that is really about as far as the state law goes on this point. There are disclosure requirements, but then that's really it. And so the rest of it is just, the rest of that paragraph basically says, if the planning commission member determines that he or she is unable to fairly and impartially discuss and or vote on the matter, then that commission member may refrain from doing that.
I read this late last night and I thought I read a cite to the state law, but I can't find it right now. Is there one that's?
If that was one of the changes, if you look at paragraph 7, we changed the numbering as well. And with formatting changes, I didn't show those on the copy that we sent to you, but paragraph 7 at the bottom of page 3 in the copy showing changes. In the copy you have in front of you, it's paragraph 7, kind of toward the top of page 3. In the hard copy, gifts and favors standards are found in Utah Code annotated section 17-16A-4. Chapter 17-16A is the chapter that we are referring to. That's the, I think it's called the County Officers Ethics and Disclosure Act or something like that. And so that is the part that you need to refer to.
Okay, it doesn't just refer to gifts, it's the whole thing we're talking
Section
about.
4 is the part that talks about gifts, but 17-16A is the chapter that talks about this. And Rick has asked our office to provide more detailed training in the near future on things like conflicts of interest. And so I believe that is going to be coming within the next, hopefully, month or two. Is that right, Rick?
Yeah, we're hoping to have that in your regular meeting in February. So that should be happening, not your first one, but your regular one.
And so that training would be sort of, I guess, a follow-up to the implementation of these rules. And my supervisor, the civil division chief of the county attorney's office, is going to be heavily involved in that, if not presenting it. I think he might be presenting it, Chris Crockett.
Okay, so I got a question on paragraph K at the end. Are these rules adopted? Are these adopted rules of order? Or how do the first two paragraphs relate to each other? Of paragraph K,
Where it says amendment
yes.
on the last page, it does say so what is your question? How do these two paragraphs relate to each
Well,
other?
it says these rules of order may be amended at any meeting of the commission held after not less than 14 days written notice of the proposal. So I was just looking, we don't have 14 days. And then I looked at the second paragraph there. It says adopted rules of order may be amended at any regular meeting. So is that after the 14 days or is that, or is it first paragraph or second paragraph? Or is it both together?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't even look at this paragraph K at all. And I didn't even remember it was there. So that does indicate that you need to have 14 days written notice of the proposal to amend the rules. Which I would say means you can discuss it because it's on the agenda tonight, but you probably shouldn't actually approve amending them. The second paragraph there has to do, it looks like, with the number of people required, which would be, that's worded kind of funny.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to amend that one too.
That's why I was asking our esteemed counsel.
So,
Okay, so we shouldn't vote on it tonight. We don't have the 14 days. But we can
yeah,
discuss it.
it was on the agenda whenever that was posted, but that was what, about a week ago or something? Wasn't 14 days. So yeah, there might be other things buried in here as well that haven't been touched for years because nobody's brought it up. So,
I wore out a highlighter and red pen last night.
and that is absolutely fair game. If you have suggestions or other desired changes, we can definitely look at these. Now, Western Weber Planning Commission also, ever since I've been here, has operated under the same rules of order. So any changes, the way things are set up right now, need to go through both planning commissions. They did not vote on them in the January meeting because we knew we were going to be proposing some changes. So any proposals would have to go through them as well, unless, we wanted to look down the road or even now at the possibility of having separate rules for each planning commission. But I mean, that'd be a question for Rick to address, I guess. So
I just noticed a few other things here that seem unclear,
Yeah.
even in the amendments that you were proposing. So I thought I'll bring them up, and if we have to wait 14 days, that gives us a chance to for you to look at them.
Perfect. And yeah, we're more than happy to take, emails with suggestions, and our office can look at those, definitely.
I don't know if I should take the time now or in the regular meeting. There are a couple there that I think we need to clarify.
I defer to either Rick
Yeah.
or the chair about
I'd
that.
say we'll cover it in the regular meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can go.
Okay, just one other thing to mention, the last main change here is paragraph 10 on page, also on page 3. And I actually don't know who the impetus of this was, but we added a proposed paragraph saying that commission members shall refrain from engaging in communication with other commission members during a public meeting when such communication is not part of the official record of the meeting. That would mean this would prohibit you from sending a text message to you from passing a paper note to you, and so on during a public meeting. And so that is done with the intent, or proposed with the intent, of making sure that all of your discussions and deliberations during a meeting are out in the open in conformance with the spirit of the Open and Public Meetings Act.
And this is something I requested just for transparency purposes, so that nothing's being hid or maybe looking like it's not open to the public. So, and it's nothing that I think is happening. I just want to make sure that, that possibility doesn't go down the road, especially with grandma requests, because they can grandma those type of information things, and it's more to just protect you.
And public meeting in this context is any meeting that's open to the public.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, we've had a few grandma requests in other divisions where there's been some concerns, and so I just want to make sure everything's up in the open, and it's more to protect you.
So that's an addition. That's new, right?
Okay. Let's move right along then. Got a couple consent items. We'll let's pass that. Administrative items. You guys want to? We'll start with 5.1.
Good evening, commissioners. Got a couple of PRUD subdivisions before you this evening. The first one is a request for preliminary approval for the Ridge PRUD Phase 5. This consists of 3 building footprints that contain a total of 12 townhomes. This is part of a conditional use permit that was approved, I believe it was back in 2013. Let me double check. Yep, it was approved by the County Commission on December 10th of 2013. What they're proposing under the subdivision is not deviating at all from that original conditional use approval. The architectural renderings are identical to Phase 4, because that is what they're proposing, is that mountain modern style for Phase 5 as well. Wolf Creek Water and Sewer will be servicing this subdivision, and it consists of private roadways to access these townhomes. Do you have any questions for me?
How long is a conditional use permit valid?
Conditional use permits run with the land
Okay.
Until the use changes. That's what would invalidate that
So if
conditional
they
use.
rezone it or something, then it has to be changed.
Right.
Questions?
Okay,
I think we got the next one too.
I do. Yep, the next one is a request for a recommendation of final approval for the Grove Cabins. This came before you back in September. It took a little bit to get the geologic hazard study submitted to the county, but they did do that. That was a requirement of preliminary approval. And they were requesting a recommendation of final approval. And if you recall, originally, I believe they were proposing 13 cabin sites in here. However, the will serve letters that they received right before the last planning commission approved 11. So they have kind of shrunk that a little bit and they're proposing 11 cabin sites. There are no setbacks tied to this, as they will just have to remain within that building envelope on each site. And again, Wolf Creek Water and Sewer will be servicing this. This subdivision contains continuation of a public road, which is 7 Bridges Road, and then some private drives to access these sites. Do you have any questions? And representative for the applicant is here to answer any questions as well for either of these.
Any questions from the commission? Bill, looks like you're up on the legislature.
Right. I know we've talked about this before in a work session. It's been a minute though since we've met at all, and maybe even longer since we talked about this particular item. So I don't know how much you want to go into the details of it in this pre-meeting meeting, but this is just a continuation of that discussion on meeting the requirements of HB 462, addressing modern income housing reporting.
This is pretty much what we've been discussing, right? It's
Yes, there's nothing
this
that
is
has been
just-
changed.
This is just adding that to the plan, right? Which
That's right.
in essence, it's the report that was put together as being added, which states that we want to do basically it's.
Exactly. Yep. All of those things, and they were outlined in the general plan before. What we've done is just simply take those policies and put them into a format that the state likes and that we can use for reporting in future years.
Any questions from yours?
Bill, on this.
Yeah.
We had the public hearing already, didn't we?
We had one at the, oh, thank you. It does need to be a public hearing. We had one at the Western Weaver, but we haven't had one here. So tonight's should be a public hearing as well. It was noticed as such. So.
I have a question, just during, like throughout the proposal, there's a mixture of the OVGP, the Ogden Valley General Plan, and the Western Weaver.
Yes.
And I know the director had just mentioned that we like to keep them kind of together or whatnot, but this is going in the Ogden Valley General Plan, correct?
Yes.
So would we subtract out everything that has to do with Western Weaver when that happens?
No, we could. The intention is to just put this document as it is written in both the Western Weaver and the Ogden Valley General Plans. And this will hopefully demonstrate to the state that the county has a unified emphasis on modern income housing, and both the Ogden Valley General Plan and the Western Weaver General Plan together address these concerns that we have.
So we would have the Ogden Valley General Plan, and then at the end, there would be this addendum.
Correct.
And it would contain both for our valley as well as.
Exactly. And those sections are included for reference. This isn't necessarily intended to be a policy document or a policy change to anything. The policies, like I said, are already there in the general plan. We've just pulled them out of their respective elements and put them into this addendum to show the state that we are addressing these strategies and concerns.
One thing that I'll mention to you on this, that I mentioned to the Western Weaver Planning Commission, is that you guys have already started to look at addressing some of these things in ordinance form, which is going above and beyond what the state has required right now. You have looked at addressing this in the village areas for affordable housing. You've looked at the accessory dwelling units. So you've already started to implement this and put it into ordinance form. But we can do much better.
And this is intended to be a kind of a springboard into some of those future efforts, and a tool for reporting back to the state on those efforts going on in the future. So,
Question. So you're basically taking things that are already in the general plan and saying, oh, this one could work for moderate income housing. Creating a new paragraph that says moderate income housing, putting those things in there without changing them. You're just combining them together in one section.
That's correct. And we are putting together, you'll notice that each of these strategies has an implementation plan associated with it as well. And those give us some milestones and target dates for when we'd like to see those things accomplished.
And are those milestones new now?
They're kind of new, but not really. We've been working on them since the general plan was adopted. So it's, again, nothing new as far as the policy goes, except that the dates are new per the requirements of this new HB 462, which passed just last year.
Thank you.
Could you tell me what some of the milestones might be?
So for example, if you look in your report, there is on the first item number 1 or number A, letter A, which is, the number has to do with our numbering. The A refers to the state statute strategy lettering. So the implementation timeline begins, I think it's on page 3 of the report. Yeah, it's on page 3 towards the top. And it talks about changing the zones. And we've already started down that path. Like Rick pointed out, we're in adopting these village area plans and form-based codes. We're allowing for a much higher density than may otherwise be allowed in the zoning districts before they changed. So the timeline just points that out. We're looking at identifying areas for rezone and implementation of other village area plans. Then starting in 2023, we're going to adopt additional measures to change the zoning laws that allow this development to occur, some of which we're going to be talking about even tonight. And then beginning this year, we're going to report on those efforts to change those zones. So, and hopefully they'll have some impact on the market that will allow for greater access to moderate income housing. Hopefully. Does that help? Okay. You bet.
Yes, I'd like to call the meeting of the Ogden Valley Planning Commission to order. If the audience and pledge of allegiance. So with regards to roll call, I know that Commissioner Montgomery is out. I haven't heard about Commissioner Johnson. You know if he's going to be making it? Okay, so let the record indicate that all planning commission members are in attendance with the exception of Commissioner Montgomery and Commissioner Johnson, who are excused, and want to welcome our new commissioner. Welcome. With that, I guess we'll move into voting on a new chair and a vice chair for 2023. And if I remember right, I have to ask for a motion. Is that what I need to do here? A motion?
Yeah. Yep.
I'll entertain a motion for all that.
Yeah, you can do the chair and then the vice chair. So do two separate motions. Chair's term, they can serve for 2 terms. Just FYI, Trevor Schumann served for 1.
I nominate Trevor Schumann, Commissioner Schumann, to serve another term as chair of the Ogden Valley Planning Commission.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, looks like I'll be chair for 2023. Thanks, guys. All right, so I can make a motion in this, right? Pretty sure I can. I motion for Jeff Burton to be the vice chair for 2023.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right. We're set for 2023, Jeff. We're in this. Yeah, here we go.
There you go.
All right, so we talked a little bit about the rules of order in the pre-meeting. We'll go ahead and talk about that. Commissioner Burton has a few items. I have a couple comments, but I don't know, should we start with because you kind of covered some of the concerns I had. Do you want to?
Yes. Paragraph 5, ex parte contacts. This is on page 2, paragraph 5, ex parte contacts. And I read this a number of times, and it appears the way it's written that an ex parte contact is by definition only applicable to administrative actions.
Yes, that is how they're defined here.
Okay, so there can be all kinds of ex parte contacts for legislative items. In fact, they are maybe even encouraged.
Yes, that is certainly permissible.
Okay, in the next paragraph, it says planning commission members shall reveal any pre-meeting or ex parte contacts. So what is a pre-meeting? That's not defined.
It's probably a bad choice of wording that is redundant. It probably means any ex parte contact happening before the meeting.
Okay, so I mean, if
We could
you
probably,
choose to look at that and see if there's a more clear way to state it.
maybe we get rid of the words pre-meeting or.
Then prearranged private meetings between a planning commissioner and applicants, their agents or other interested parties are prohibited. And that would only be in connection with an administrative item, right? I don't know.
Yes,
What
yeah, that
you're
next
talking
sentence.
about with a prearranged meeting. I guess that's where somebody arranges with you to meet
Yes, that
an item.
that is the case. And it would be again on administrative items where there is an application.
Okay. And again, if that could maybe you could look at the wording on that to see if it's clear, because that's helpful to commissioners. If somebody approaches you, you can just say clearly, I can't have any meeting with you on an administrative item. But if I'm approached on a legislative item, yes, I'm free to have a meeting with you. And I don't have to make a disclosure of that because it's not an administrative item. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So if that could be made more clear, I think that would help us all.
Okay.
See the next sentence. Now, partisan information on an application received by a planning commissioner should be made part of the public record. What does that mean? That's the next sentence.
It
in-
looks like it is saying that any information by somebody in favor of or opposed to an application, if that information is received by a planning commissioner, it should be made part of the public record. But it looks like the wording is not ideal. It could indicate that the application is received by a planning commissioner. So that could be reworded.
Okay, and I suppose the intent is if we receive emails from somebody on an administrative item for or against, we need to make those, the content of those emails a part of the public record. Is that what's intended?
It looks like it.
Okay,
Just for the record, a lot of this is probably language that's been in these rules for
I
years and
understand.
years and predated me
understand.
and whoever. Yeah.
okay.
Just to clarify though, Commissioner Burton, because that has come up, I think, in the past. Where maybe we get an email about a topic, none of us respond because we can't respond, it's an administrative item, but I guess what this is saying is that then at the meeting, one or all of us would need to make it a public record comment saying an email was received from this, do you even state the person, from this person regarding this issue? None of us responded, but we did receive an email.
Or forward it before the meeting to staff and they can include it as part of the record. Yes, one or the other.
Most of those they do include staff.
So does that mean that we don't need to bring it up if staff was CC'd on it?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So more explicit direction here would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay, paragraph C1. Meetings of the commissioners shall be held in the commission chambers. And I thought, well, what if we want to hold them up in the valley at the library or something? We're prohibited by this rule of order. Aren't we?
It does say,
As you read down, I think like the fourth.
It
line.
says you can move it somewhere else, but you first have to meet here.
yeah, that does say if it's not available on those dates, then it can be held somewhere else. So yeah, we should broaden that to allow meetings in other places.
Okay, on paragraph E2, the first sentence. All parties shall have an opportunity to be heard to present and rebut evidence before an impartial tribunal. Who is the impartial tribunal? What's that referring to?
Looks like that is the wording that was used to describe the planning commission. I guess the right there to have it be an impartial tribunal would be a fair and impartial decision maker.
Anyway, just if you could
Maybe bad wording.
figure out what's intended there and maybe make it more simple for me. Hey, there's one more, I think.
In the pre-meeting, you did
Oh,
mention
there was
K.
something else here, about when a commissioner wants to speak in support or against
Yeah.
something,
You have to go.
you have to go down in the audience and then you make your speech, and then you have to leave the room.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like that's in paragraph 6 on page 3.
I thought that was odd. I think we should relook at that. I mean, we're making comments about it all the time.
I think it's sort of implied that that would be a situation where the member does have a conflict of interest and would not be participating as a voting member, but would still like to comment on it. Do you foresee that ever being something that would come up? I mean, I guess if the member does declare a conflict of interest.
I think that makes much more sense in this term, right? What this is saying. If we're going to do that, we should clarify that. And we should have it, because I mean, if these have been here for years, doesn't mean maybe I'm not planning something for 2023, but somebody else might be, who knows? So
Yeah,
I think it makes perfect sense if maybe they're an applicant, or maybe there's something. It goes hand in hand with my other comments of conflicts of interest. I'm not sure I'm in favor of removing all of those terms. I really liked the direction that it was giving, and the specificity of saying, hey, you should excuse yourself and you should be not part of the voting body for these items. I'm not as in big a favor of just falling back on the state, although it does give flexibility, but I think I'm not in favor of taking those changes. This is one of the comments I wanted to make, because I felt that the prior wording, albeit it might not be perfect, but I like that it was more strict, more, clearly defined that you need to step aside, not be there, not be influencing the vote. I like that better. So there's my 2 cents on it.
okay. I think one of the reasons, I don't know who brought that up at some point. It might have been the county commission, but one of the reasons
It's the Nordic property.
when they said they don't like the idea of forcing a planning commissioner to leave the room is it's an open and public meeting. Anybody should be able to be physically present or in attendance at it. So forcing somebody to leave the room might not be proper. So,
And I would be okay with that. The leaving the room isn't something but I do like the idea of, hey, if you have these conflicts of interest, you need to do this. How was it worded? Excuse yourself, basically. I liked that. I like that better than just leaving it open. I think it portrays a better message too, that, hey, we do have these rules. If they're not followed, we know that we should be following. So if we take them out, I don't.
I agree. It's something I was uncomfortable with when I was reading it. I think that it lends to the appearance of impropriety. We had stricter rules. I know there has been discussion in the public. The topic has come up. It's been in some papers, and now all of a sudden we make the rules much more lenient. I think it looks bad in terms of public relations and that kind of thing. It just appears like we are less adherent to, those were the rules for I don't know how long, and now all of a sudden we're going to make them much easier. I'd be uncomfortable with it.
I take a contrary position on these, and it's for this reason. I think of the old shield and sword argument from law school. Everything can be used as a protection or sword at somebody else. And every one of us has conflicts. We just do. We have philosophy, we have whatever. And I think we're here to deliberate, to give our input, from our different perspectives. If we feel we have a conflict, we can declare some kind of a conflict. So it's open, we're not trying to hide something, but we're bringing all perspectives to the table for discussion and input so that we can come to the best decision, understanding all points of view. And if we start excluding everybody, then the question is, what point do you step over this little line that's really not defined very well? I know anyway.
Can we look at changing it to be more of a disclosure and then a vote with the board so that it can be out in the open?
One thing I wanted to have Cortland just bring up, and that I felt more comfortable about changing this language, is because of the form that we now are going to be requiring them, each one of the commissioners, to sign. You want to go over that, Cortland?
The state law, when it talks about disclosures, requires certain things to be disclosed each year. And so the county has a form, a conflict of interest disclosure form, that they require employees to sign, or at least review and verify that it's current each year. And that is something that needs to be done also by members of commissions and boards. And so that'll be presented to you. I don't remember if we've had you, I mean, most of you weren't here, a couple of you weren't here last year, but if we've ever had you do that before. But it is something that we realize needs to be done by members of boards and commissions as well.
Commissioner Burton, I understand the premise of what you were saying, but when I read the old rules on conflict of interest and disqualification, I take comfort in that it lays out exactly what should be viewed as a disqualification, because to your point, we all have conflicts. We've lived in the Valley for however long we have. We have friendships with applicants. We have properties adjacent. We have a variety of things that could be seen as conflict, but they aren't specified, and certain things are. And I think that gives that cover to the fact that, yes, I may be friendly with a person, but I have no financial, what it specifically lays out in the old rules are financial investment, partnership, employment with, specific things that it lays out does help by give boundaries on, okay, if it meets that, then you need to be excused from voting. If it doesn't meet that, then, that's part of why, we all live in the Valley. We all are going to have some sort of relationship or conflict, but it specifically lays out which ones disqualify us. And I find that helpful.
I think that's a great point. I think that when we went through this, we had issues. I know we had some concerns with Commissioner Wamper. We had some concerns with Commissioner Burton. We had some concerns with Commissioner Stefanik. And so I think there's some questions here, and I think it should be changed some way. I'm not certain that I want to. I'm not certain that leaving it wide open is okay, is the right direction. But I think we need to revisit it, is my recommendation, not this. I don't like either one, to be honest, a whole lot. So
By putting bullet points on things that disqualify you, though, there's going to be more things than even that would disqualify you. So the newer rules essentially leave it open for discussion. That's how I take it. The newer rules would just kind of bring it up. If you think it's a conflict, then you can recuse yourself. The other way, it's more cut and dry. So maybe there are some points that are not in there that could be a conflict.
The part that makes me uncomfortable is the way that I read the new ones is that it's completely up to the individual, the commissioner, to decide whether or not they feel they can be impartial. So that's to say, I could decide, well, I might have financial gain directly with this applicant, but I think I can be impartial. And therefore, I get to do that. Whereas in the old rules, it could be discussed amongst the commission. If someone didn't bring something up, and I think another commissioner was allowed to bring something up, there was more meat or teeth in the old one. This one's a bit more of, it's very subjective. Whatever the commissioner feels, they get to kind of either state or lay out. I feel like I can be impartial, or I don't think I can, and therefore I get to either excuse myself or not.
So I'll give you an example. I was criticized in the last few months. I should not be allowed to vote on the planning commission because I practiced property law for 40+ years. Okay. Somebody has that opinion. If I know anything about property law, I shouldn't be allowed to comment or vote on the planning commission. There have been other like things. If you know something about the field that you're discussing, you shouldn't be allowed to participate. Well, I think it's really nice. I really enjoy I really appreciate Commissioner Johnson's input as a developer, because he knows things about what we're talking about that I don't fully understand. That's his career. He can do the math in his head. That's really helpful to us, but I understand he's a developer, and I can determine in my mind how much weight I put on what he says, whether his potential conflict as a developer is trying to sway me as a developer, or he's given me facts based on his expertise that are really helpful. So there is a shall in this proposed language. If the planning commission member determines he or she is unable to fairly and impartially discuss or vote on the matter for which he and she or she has disclosed a conflict of interest, that planning commissioner shall refrain from participating in the discussion. So there's a shall there. Now, we have to trust the planning commissioner to exercise good judgment. But I think we're in this position because we are trusted to exercise good judgment. We have to remember there is only, there's 7 of us. If one is at a little out of line, we've got 6 other people that can outvote that person easily. It's not, we don't have a king here.
Yeah, Chair Schuman, may I add a kind of backing up bigger perspective, bigger picture comment?
Please.
One of the main reasons this matters is on potential review of a decision that is made by the planning commission. A court is going to look at the reasoning and the findings underlying the planning commission's decision. And so the conflict of interest issue might or might not be important in any given application or decision, depending on what the record says about why the decision was made. If a member has a conflict of interest and votes against a proposal, but the proposal is still, or the application is still approved based on the findings listed in the planning commission's motion, whatever those are, if those findings are sufficient to justify the decision, then if somebody challenged, I probably got that backwards in terms of what I was saying. Maybe if they reject it, and the person with a conflict of interest voted against it, what matters is what the decision was based on, those facts listed as the support for the motion that was made. And so even the existence of a conflict of interest isn't always fatal to a decision's validity. A decision can still be perfectly valid, even if somebody had a conflict of interest and voted what we might consider inappropriately, depending on what the motion was and what it was based on. So that's just kind of another thing to take into consideration here. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter in every situation. I'm just saying ultimately what matters is the motion and the reasoning behind the motion, the reasoning behind the decision. And so Commissioner Burton brought up the point, if somebody has I guess I'm kind of agreeing with him. If somebody has a conflict of interest, but the rest of the members don't, and they vote and support their vote based on proper factors, that can still be a valid decision. So just, I throw that out there for consideration and thinking about this.
And I think why I'm a little bit concerned is the focus should be on the matter before the commission and the findings. If we have the bullet points, well, if this one's there, you have to leave the room. If this one's there, you have to do this. Then the focus becomes on, well, wait a minute. They voted in a way that I didn't like, but I'm going to bring an action that he should have left the room under the rules. And so now we're talking about, well, wait a minute, the findings support the applicant's position or denying the applicant's position. But the focus is on, well, he should have left the room. And that doesn't make any sense. We're just putting bullets in the quiver of somebody that wants to not.
So
yeah, we're weaponizing, attacking the decision of the planning commission. So
that same argument can apply vice versa. You know, what if the other guy, the guy that is looking for weapons, has good facts? We just don't like them, right? We, you know, our side doesn't like the facts and positions of that side, you know. So I guess the question I have moving along is, what happens now? Because you propose new rules of order. We can't vote on them. Are the old rules of order in state? Can we move on, or do we need to do something?
no, you can move on.
We don't need to approve them for the next year.
Right. It's not an item, as was pointed out earlier, to be voted on tonight based on that 14-day requirement. You can,
But to
end
be
the discussion
clear, the
now.
previous rules apply.
They still apply.
Okay.
Yes, they're in force until they are modified.
All right.
okay, may I just suggest on that paragraph 6 that council look at those to see if it could be clarified what's intended there.
And what I'm hearing is the preference for that one is to clarify that it's a member who has a conflict of interest, but still desires to make comments at a meeting, may go down to the audience and comment. Is that the consensus there?
That's where, yeah, it's not making comments up here, is exercising your responsibility as a commissioner.
Right.
It's not being up here, it's going down there and taking a role in the audience.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, we can clarify that.
Any other comments before we move on?
One comment, would you be opposed if we came back on this specific one with two different options? Because right now we kind of have a split. Haven't really got comments from Commissioner Barber on this, but two of you are kind of in favor of it, two of you are not. So if we came back with two options for you to consider in the next
Please.
meeting.
Yeah, I have two options that kind of outline. I think that somewhere, if you could have one similar to what you have, maybe one in the middle of where we're at, I think probably be appropriate. And then we can look at it and see. Okay. On the consent items, do I have a motion for the consent items? Consent for a request to approval of a conditional use permit for a public utility substation that will house a well pumping facility for Wolf Creek Water and Sewer Improvement District. I have a motion.
Does he need to make the planner need to make a presentation?
No, not on consent items. If you approve the consent items, you're basically approving the conditions and the findings outlined in the staff report.
I'm happy to make a motion. I move that respect to consent item CUP 2023-01. The commission issue an approval of a conditional use permit for a public utility substation that will house a well pumping facility for Wolf Creek Water and Sewer Improvement District. Based upon the findings and subject to the one condition set forth in the staff report.
Do
I
have a
second it.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Condition, the request for a conditional use permit has passed unanimously. Moving on to the administrative items, Tammy, would you cover request for I'm sorry, Rick, would you mind explaining the decision for us?
Yes, this is an administrative approval. You'll be making a recommendation based upon the ordinances that Tammy will be discussing. Those ordinances are indicated in your staff report. If they are meeting the requirements, this is something that you are obliged to approve. You can take public comment, but it's not necessary on administrative items.
Do I have any planning commissioners with any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications to declare for items on today's agenda?
Yes, sir. I will be recusing myself for the two administrative items. I have a conflict of interest with those.
Okay.
And I believe, do I need to leave the room based on the, okay.
All right, thank you. Okay. Tammy?
Thank you. Commissioners, you have before you a request for preliminary approval of the Ridge Townhomes PRUD Phase 5. This phase consists of 12 townhomes contained within 3 building footprints. The sizes of these range between 1,400 and 2,100 square feet. These proposed townhomes are 2 stories each. They fall below. The height requirements are a little bit higher than many of the zones, but these look like they fall right at 35 or just below 35 feet. A little background with this, you've got an aerial here. We've got pulled up. This is Wolf Creek Drive here, Moose Hollow Drive. This is your phase 5 and your phase 4 was recorded back in 2019. These are part of a conditional use permit that was approved by the county commission back in 2013. This is the proposed layout of the subdivision. I will mention that Wolf Creek Water and Sewer will be servicing this subdivision for both culinary and sewer services. This particular phase consists of private roadways off of Moose Hollow Drive. So as you can see down here, I'm hoping everyone can see this okay. You've got, these are all private down here. I believe they're about 16 feet wide. There won't be any parking allowed within these private driveways here. There will be designated parking within this development. Something that hasn't been mentioned yet, but that will be brought up when this comes before you for a recommendation of final approval is that there is a stream corridor that runs down here along this boundary a little bit. And so that'll be addressed in more detail when it comes before you for final approval, but we will require that stream corridor setback be shown on their final plat. These are the elevations as well. Based upon the geologic and geotech reports that have been submitted, based upon its conformance to the original conditional use permit, and it meeting the zoning standards for the FR3 zone, planning would recommend approval subject to the findings and recommendations outlined in the staff report. That's our recommendation at this time. Do you have any questions for myself or for the developer at this time?
Chair, can I speak?
Yes, please.
Is this the last phase in that subdivision?
This is the last
Okay.
phase, yes.
All right, thanks.
Does the applicant want to say anything? Okay. Just out of curiosity, is any of the public here to comment on any of this? Okay. All right. No questions. I guess I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve. Administrative item UVT 112822, request for preliminary approval of the Ridge Townhomes PRUD Phase 5, consisting of 12 townhomes in 3 buildings located approximately 528 East Moose Hollow Drive, Eden, Utah 4310. And this approval is based on the findings in the staff report. The staff recommendations.
Would second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The administrative item 5.1 UVT 112822 passes unanimously with those in attendance. Okay, Tammy, on to the next one. Or I'm sorry. Rick, would you please explain the decision?
This is another administrative item for you to consider, and you're basing it upon the ordinance. And again, no public comment is required unless you choose to take it.
Bear with me here, just trying to make sure I can put this up all right for you. Sorry, bear with me for just a moment here, commissioners. There we go. Okay. All right, this came before you back in September of 2022 for preliminary approval. This is the Grove Cabins PRUD Phase 1. Just to kind of orient you a little bit. You've got Wolf Creek Drive here, Powder Mountain Road, Wolf Creek Drive. This is located to the west off of Seven Bridges Road. This is an 11-lot subdivision in the RE15 zone, and it is tied to a conditional use permit that was approved in July of 2016. Water and sewer services have been secured from Wolf Creek Water and Sewer. This is kind of the overall layout of some of the portion, rather, of the overall layout of some of the Wolf Creek development. This is where the Grove Cabins is located. You've seen before you Mountainside and Parkside. Those have come before you. This is where those cabins are. Okay. There are no setbacks in this. This is one of the standards that we do consider when we look at subdivisions. What are the setbacks going to be? And in a PRUD, that ordinance allows for some flexibility with regards to lot sizes, setbacks, and even some building heights as well. There are no setbacks, just building envelopes located in here. And I'll show you I think I go back to the layout here. This is the continuation of Seven Bridges Road here. Now, this is a public roadway. Oh, let's go back. This is a public roadway here, Seven Bridges, and then you've got private driveways here to access these cabin sites. And again, there are 11 contained in this space. Based upon its conformance with the conditional use permit previously approved, and there is no deviation from what was originally proposed, as well as it's meeting the subdivision ordinance and the standards in the RE15 zone. Staff would recommend approval of this subject to the findings and conditions outlined in your staff report.
Would the applicant like to speak on this one? Okay. All right, well, I will entertain a motion,
I've got a couple of questions.
please.
Let me remind the commission, I think this is something that I disclosed in our last discussion of this, that my wife owns a lot a few blocks away, and the commission took a vote and said that's fine. I don't have a conflict that would require me to recuse myself. I'm just looking at these conditions. You're recommending, well, imposing the condition that a note providing adequate notice of important wildlife habitat area be on the Mylar. What is adequate notice? Is that, who determines if it's adequate, and what is it?
We consider adequate notice to be included on the dedication plat so that when the due diligence period, hopefully is when that research is being done during a due diligence period, and one of these lots is sold, that they're able to see that note on the plat. What it means really is we're trying to limit the interruption to that wildlife corridor there. So we generally don't allow fencing in those areas. And that is what is meant by adequate notice to future property owners.
Okay, is this development standards that are required will be added to the final? Is that adequate notice and development standards? Are they the same thing?
Their slight development standards can be a little more specific, like the setbacks, sometimes nightly rentals, things like that. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Kind of, but is no fencing a development standard or adequate notice of wildlife habitat?
The note on the final plat that states that it's in an active wildlife habitat area is considered adequate notice by including that on the plat. Development standards would include no fencing allowed in that area.
Because of the wildlife habitat.
Correct.
Can you fence your trees?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a question we've been asked before. I think as long as you're not,
I just noticed these plats are getting more and more complex. They have more of their multi-pages. They have all kinds of stuff in it that probably nobody will end up reading, but then you're going to say, well, you should have known because it said this is adequate notice.
right.
And my experience in the valley is wildlife goes where it wants to go. And a lot of people fence wildlife out of their ornamental trees, so their trees will survive.
Well,
So in this, so that's kind of a general comment, but specifically in this proposal, does that mean one can plant a tree, but he can't protect it?
I don't think we're going to get that specific on this. We're just doing this because our ordinance requires us to preserve the wildlife habitat area and provide adequate notice. So by putting it on there, we're letting the property owner be aware that they need to work things out per the county code. But when we get down to specifics on, are we going to require eliminate them to put a fence around it, we're not going to get into those details. But putting a large fence around a riparian area or something like that, yes, we're probably going to say no to that.
Okay, is there any area in the valley that's not wildlife habitat?
Yes, there are. We have a map that identifies those specific areas, and where this falls within that, then we're required to put some type of notice, and the plat is that notice.
Okay.
And this is per our ordinance that we're requiring this. So if we want to change that, we need to change the ordinance.
Okay, it just sounded kind of
Heavy-handed.
loosey-goosey isn't a good legal term, but
Yeah, yeah. And this is the best way we've found to manage this is by putting a note on the plat so that they are aware of this. And so when they buy that, it's upon them to do their due diligence. But when they come in to get a land use permit, our planners look at the notes on the plat and make sure everything is specifically identified before they can issue that land use permit. Because we have to make sure they're complying with the ordinance. That's our job.
Okay, and is the ordinance specific on when you can and cannot fence?
It does talk about fencing, but then that's where we look at discretion, and we're gonna be rational about those things. We're not, and historically, we haven't been, you can't put a fence around this tree, but it's looking more around the riparian area that we look at specifically.
Thank you. Oh, and one final question. Draft copy of CCNRs have to be presented to the county commission?
Yeah, those are required to be submitted, and our legal department looks through them and makes sure that there's nothing in conflict with our ordinance in those.
Okay, but just a draft copy.
Eventually, we have a final copy that's submitted for approval, and then that's recorded with the plat.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of funny wording though, I guess, right? Because the draft copy of any CCRs will be required prior to receiving final approval.
Yeah, once final approval is given, it's no longer a draft, it's the approved document that would go with the Mylar. And it would be
So is the
recorded.
county commission approving the CCNRs then? Is that what that is?
They're reviewing those to make sure that they're in compliance. We don't enforce the CCNRs, but we just make sure there's nothing in there that is contrary to our ordinance. And then that document is required to be recorded with the plat.
So wouldn't that mean that I could submit a draft copy? It would go through, it'd get done, but then I could change it because it was a draft copy.
No, if you changed it, it'd have to come back. Maybe we should change the draft language to an approved copy. But that's basically what happens is we end up recording the official CCNR. So we could change draft to an approved copy.
Or intended.
Yeah.
I think that would.
And if you want to change it, what do you have to do? Go back to the county commission?
We go back through the amendment process.
For CCNRs? So each one of the homeowners associations has to submit that.
The problem is once a CCNR is recorded with that, you'd have to have everyone's buy-in on that to change that. Or depending on how it's worded, oftentimes with CCNRs, the homeowners association is the developer until X amount of units are sold. And then once like 60% or so is sold, then they, or 40%, whatever they have in their bylaws, then they have to set up presidency to enforce that. But up until that time, oftentimes it's the developer that is in charge of the CCNRC as the board.
How about number 8? If the applicant desires, a note will be added to the final Mylar to provide notice of the approved nightly rental option.
Can I
So
address that?
is this in an area where nightly rentals are approved?
Correct. They were actually approved with the original conditional use permit. That putting that note on the plat again notifies future property owners that nightly rentals are allowed in this development.
And why is it that we're doing it if the applicant desires?
If they still want those to be known, if they still want that to be known, they should put it on the plat.
And there's certain zones under our current ordinance as well, where they can do short-term rentals. But then they are allowed in PRUDs. And so if they choose to do that, and which they have in this area, they've allowed short-term rentals in PRUDs, then that note is just identifying and it helps staff monitor where they are and are not allowed.
Can an applicant add a note like that without having this as a condition?
They can't add a note to that unless we've approved it, because if it hasn't been identified and went through the conditional use process through a PRUD, and they're not in a zone that would allow for it, then they can't have a nightly rental there. But if the PRUD has allowed for it, then they could. And there's certain areas where PRUDs are allowed where nightly rentals can happen. And so we need to have that specified on there so that we can enforce that per our ordinance. And that's what this is doing.
Thanks. Simple is always better. But sometimes we can't be simplified, right? Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the planning commission? I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the planning commission forward a recommendation of final approval of the Grove Cabins PRUD subdivision phase 1 consisting of 11 lots located approximately 4553 North 7 Bridges Road, Eden, Utah, to the county commission. Based upon the findings in the staff report, also subject to the conditions set forth in the staff report.
Would you entertain an amendment? Or do I have a second? Sorry.
I would second that.
Would you entertain an amendment to change that from draft copy, a friendly amendment from draft copy on number 4 to approved copy?
What approved at what stage? I'm trying to, on the flow chart, where does it get approved?
At the county commission level.
Okay, so does the county commission approve it before it's attached?
They would approve the final document on the, that would be associated with the Mylar.
So if you require an approved CCNRs before they go before the commission to be approved, that's a little,
Maybe if you
Okay.
put a copy that has been reviewed and approved by the legal department. And then that's forwarded on for their approval.
okay, so I just
That
read late
helps.
last night how we do a friendly amendment. Yeah, I'm happy to have this language clarified and changed from draft to something as long as it fits with the process.
Yeah, if you had it approved by the legal department.
Yeah.
I think that would meet the intent.
Okay, do we need a second that the friendly?
Yeah.
I would second.
Okay, so a motion has been made for an approval subject to the staff recommendations with a subject to staff recommendations and recommendations and qualification requirements. With number 4 having some wording changes that the CCNR copy be reviewed through the legal department and be the approved or final CC, more or less the final CCNRs for the area. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that, the administrative item 5.2 UVG 080922 request for recommendation of final approval of the Grove Cabins PRUD subdivision has been approved unanimously. Would someone go?
Chair Schuman, may I make a comment?
Sure.
In the review of the CCNRs, I just want it to be clear we are not reviewing those for, everything. We are making sure that where there are specific things outlined in the county ordinances that are required of those CCNRs, we make sure they comply with those ordinance requirements, like Rick said. So it's not a broad approval where we're going to be going through and amending things just because we don't like them or whatever, or because we think they have, even if we think they have legal issues that the HOA might have to deal with later or something like that, is compliance with our county ordinances where the ordinances specifically address the CCNRs.
So here is a great opportunity to look at these rules of order, because we've just had the motion made, the friendly amendment made, the motion passed. But then we need to clarify the friendly amendment a little bit to the effect that the copy of the CCNR, proposed CCNRs, because they're proposed when they're submitted to the county commission, that they have been reviewed by the legal department to assure no conflicts with county code. That's basically what you're doing. And you're not approving them as these are really great. I like them.
Yes, that's correct.
So how do we make that change now that the chair has announced the decision on the motion and it has been passed under these rules of order? Is this something we ought to look at in our amended rules of order to make this flow a little bit easily?
Do you feel that there is a need to go back and amend the motion? I didn't comment at the time because I felt that it would be handled appropriate later because we know what we're reviewing them for. But if you feel that there is a need, for additional clarity, there can be a motion to reconsider, and that can only be made by someone who voted on the prevailing side, and it must be seconded, and that essentially just reopens the original item for discussion, for a new motion. But I'll just tell you, I don't feel it's needed here because I think that motion was clear enough. And I don't foresee an issue, but if there were a need for that, I believe the motion to reconsider would be appropriate.
I understood the matter to be, as was stated, that the county's not proving the verbiage per se. They were looking at compliance. Weren't not complying, some sort of law.
And the intent of the whole change was to state, we don't want to say, yeah, it's right for you to put draft copies in here and change it. That was the idea we're trying to say. So we wanted to say, no, we want you to send what's approved or final. And I think that's the idea. So
Okay,
I guess, let me ask that, do we have a motion to reconsider? Okay.
it must be made in the same meeting as the motion that was voted on. It can only be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side, must be seconded. And it can't change the vote. It can only clarify. It says, simply proposes that the original question be reopened and then clarified, I guess.
No, it can change the vote. It can result in the opposite outcome. What this is saying is it can be made to a vote that was either affirmative or negative. This type of motion, meaning the motion to reconsider, proposes no specific change in a decision, but simply proposes that the original question be reopened. So the motion would be, I move to reconsider item number 5.1. And then that would be what the commissioners would vote on. It would not be phrased as, I move to reconsider number 5.1 and deny it because of this and this and this.
Okay.
It would simply be to reconsider.
Reconsider, open up the whole thing again.
Yes.
Okay. And once this meeting is closed, it's done.
Yes,
Motion to reconsider will be out of order.
that's correct.
Okay, thanks. That helps to, I think, us to understand how this works. Thanks for the good example tonight.
Yeah. I didn't hear a motion to reconsider. Do we, am I waiting for one? Okay, and we'll move right along. Try and keep things moving. We're gonna, I believe I need to have a motion to open to move to the legislative item, or is that just on the public hearings? I think that's
Just on the public hearing.
all right. We'll move to legislative item. Rick, would you please describe the,
Yes, this is a legislative item. You'll just be making a recommendation and forwarding this recommendation on to the legislative body, which is the county commission in this case. You will need to have a public hearing. You'll need to open and close the public hearing. And you will do that with a motion to open and close the public hearing. And Bill is going to be presenting this item from the planning staff.
All right, we've already discussed this a couple of times, both in work session as well as earlier in the pre-meeting. Earlier last year, the state legislature passed House Bill 462 requiring certain reporting requirements of counties and municipalities across the state on their moderate income housing efforts. These reporting requirements are outlined in state statute and are included, the ones that Weber County is addressing are included in the addendum. Rather than go through the general plan, which was recently adopted both in Western Weber as well as in Ogden Valley, rather than go through the whole process of going through that whole thing again, what staff has done is pulled out specific sections and policies that are already adopted in the general plan and put them into the appropriate strategies per the state code requirements. So that's what you have in front of you. This addendum will not amend the general plan policies and procedures as such. It's just amending the general plan to add this addendum onto the end, outlining the strategic plan elements that are being addressed, as well as providing for some implementation plan guidelines going forward. Staff has worked extensively, both internally as well as with the state Division of Housing and Community Development to address the kinds of things that need to be looked at and reported on in the future. And with their blessing as well, we present this to you as an addendum to the general plan for the Ogden Valley.
questions from commissioners on these comments?
So this is addendum 1 to the Weber County General Plan, January 2023.
Correct.
Does Weber County have a general plan that is an umbrella over the Ogden Valley General Plan? And
So we don't, that title will need to be changed to reflect that it's the Western Weber General Plan and the Ogden Valley.
Okay.
That was pointed out to me. Yeah, just the title of it.
And are both plans equal with respect to their quest for moderate or low income housing?
So there are different policies that were pulled out and different strategies will apply based on those policies. The Ogden Valley, of course, has very different needs and concerns with regard to housing that the Western Weber area doesn't share. But everyone has the same kind of concern. It's a regional concern that extends throughout the Wasatch Front and other places in Utah. So yeah, the moderate income housing concern is an overarching concern.
And is there somewhere where the western needs versus the valley needs or specifics is spelled out?
They are in each general plan. There are different policies that outline those, and they're contained in this document as well. There is quite a bit of overlap, but there are some areas where they diverge as well.
So what we did here, if I remember, just I guess catching up, is they came out with the House Bill 462. Part of it is that we need to submit a plan and it's tied to funding, correct?
Correct.
We get some extra funding if we do this homework, more or less.
Yeah, there's a carrot and a stick. The carrot is we'll give you a little extra or prioritization. And the other is they're considering, and there's even a bill right now to consider taking away B and C funding, road funding from the county and from municipalities. That's under consideration, hasn't been passed yet. With this one, it was TIF funding, the transportation infrastructure funding. So we would not be considered eligible for those if we don't pass this. And so that's why we're.
And
it's one of the
we
reasons
had
why.
there, when we first started this, we had set out with a plan to come up with, say, because as was mentioned by Commissioner Barber, or it seems like he was leading that way, is the Ogden Valley has a plan, or has the residents of Ogden Valley have a desire for it to be a certain nature.
Yeah. And
that nature may be different than, say, than another part of the county. And when we set this out is a touchy subject, because we do want areas for, say your kids or someone to be able to afford to live near their parents or up in the valley or somewhere around. But at the same time, we want to maintain what the nature of the valley is. And so what we did is we elected from the uses that are outlined here on 1 through 11. And we said, these are the ones that we would feel comfortable with because they were closest to the direction we were already heading. We did not, as far as I recall, we didn't indicate that we wanted to make new changes and things. It was mostly things were already done. For example, the transfer development rights number 8, we had already started down that path and had set that as a goal and the plan to try and create some moderate income housing. Now in our area, that might not fit the goal, just because some of those ski homes and whatnot become non-moderate, but that was how we decided. We looked at checking the box. So questions that I have is, did we check the box? I mean, is this getting the box checked of being are we getting what we originally set out to do?
So the short answer is yes, this does check the box. And it is responsive to and is derived from the public process and procedures that took place and the policies that exist in the Ogden Valley General Plan. We're not changing any of that. We're not changing any of the transfer of development rights. We're not changing any of the code yet. There will be some discussion later on in the work session. Charlie will talk to you about some tweaks and changes that way. And then there have also been some changes since the general plan was adopted up there that were wholesale, large scale changes to the zoning that's up there in the valley, specifically addressing these small village area plans and creating a form-based code, a hybrid form-based code up there. So we're already on the track, and this is, to boil it down to the most simple level, because I know we like simple. The state code this last year in HB 462 required certain specific language to be adopted. Those points that you see in here, these letters and the numbers and things, those reflect the specific and explicit language as required by the statute changes. So before it was a little bit more
Loose. Yes.
it was more aspirational, and now they're more action oriented, and so that's why it prompted this particular amendment this time.
Right. And and in our particular area, it seems that some of our people like to say they want to have more control and less with the county, less state control. And so I like the way that we kind of approach this as they're doing this. We kind of already started this direction, and we're just taking where we're going, not changing where we're going, and filling out the paperwork. Did we get the early timeline that we were shooting for? That's the question, because I guess we did it in a certain time and everything. We got priority. Did we do that?
Yeah, we did. We got it submitted and then they reviewed it and they made some changes. And then that's what you're looking at right now is the changes.
Okay. Will you cover the specific changes that affect from what we had already viewed? So if they made changes, I'd like to see what it was. Because we had been over this. They changed.
The changes was just the format.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it. It
that's
wasn't
all.
anything, again, the policies haven't changed. Some of the changes with regard to format or with the implementation timeline. And again, working with the folks down at DWS, the Division of Housing and Community Development. They wanted some specific dates and years and timelines in there. And so that's what we plugged those in there. And other than that, it's the same document.
Sorry, were you saying it's the same document that we looked at last time?
Yes, well,
A couple months ago.
it's been a
Right,
couple
I've got
months.
October 2022 here and they're not the same.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're the same as far as the policies that were identified and the strategies that we're addressing.
In the one I've got 7 policies that we're going to address. And the one that we have today, we have 11. Just on, without like actually going through and parsing it.
There was a total of 20 that we could pick from
Mhm.
originally.
Yep.
And we picked 7,
Mhm.
I think, because there was so many. So how it originally worked is there was a group, they said, here's, 20 items that if you pick this many, you get a gold star. If you pick this many, you get a balloon. And we went for the 7. I think that's what you're seeing there. And 11 reflects the ones that are Ogden Valley planning, Ogden Valley both inclusive instead of just the 7. So I think that's what you're looking.
That works. And it goes into, I find it confusing and I'm finding it confusing and I think that it'll only confuse others if attaching this document as addendum 1, as it is stated here, because there are things in this document that have nothing to do with the valley. And so by attaching this document as stated to our valley general plan, I think it just adds for confusion because I mean, there's a whole section in here about 10% of the residential units to be affordable to 50% of the AMI. It has nothing to do with the valley.
The problem is that the state reporting doesn't recognize Ogden Valley's general plan specifically. It requires Weber County to present
Mhm.
a report not based on just Western Weber and just Ogden Valley
Right.
separately. So we have to create a unified document that we can use to report on subsequent years' activities and progress towards completion.
And that makes sense. And that's what this amendment reads to me, because there's full paragraphs about what Weber County is going to do as a county, which again is not specific to the valley. So that makes sense to me that this is a document you plan to send to the state based off of what they're requiring you to do. Where I'm confused is why attach it the way it's written to our general plan.
Are we required to do that?
Yes.
You're required to do this document with everything included in it, not just parse out what's for the valley.
Right. That's why this is before you right now, because the state has required us to do it this way. We have, in fact, I've got with Commissioner Frower and he is looking at legislation to put on the House floor right now to look at simplifying this because the state has made this very convoluted and very difficult for us to deal with. And so because of what the state's requiring, which is this, because I agree, we should have something for the Ogden Valley and for Western Weber, but there's not too many counties that are like us. Summit County has 2 planning commissions. They have 2 general plans. But there's not too many counties that are in this situation. And so we're wanting them to change some of the legislation requirements to make it simpler. But right now, the state's required us to do this. And so we're just
And
trying
we're in
to
a
address
special
that.
situation that way. I mean,
Right.
Salt Lake, Tooele, those, Davis, they don't have the same.
Yeah, it's a
challenges.
very unique situation. And so it's easier for them, but for us, it's difficult. And I can see your plight, because you do have things that are addressing Western Weber. And so that's why we have tried to, you see there where we have identified OVGP versus the Western Weber so that it's clear.
I guess we already have it in here I guess it already is clarifying as like a team purpose background section. You mentioned that the heading was gonna be changed. Are we changing that to addendum 1 to the Weber or to Ogden Valley General Plan and Western Weber General Plan? Is that
Correct.
kind of what you're putting?
Yes.
You're just spelling it out that each individual, because there isn't a uniform general plan, both of them make up the uniform general plan.
Yes, that's correct.
On page, page 3, the comment in the box, the comment E2,
Not page 3. It's in specifics there.
yeah, in the
It's in the ordinance
changes,
itself.
the red line document there.
Keep going, Bill. Right here, page 3 of these. Keep going.
It's kind of adjacent to line 86.
Keep going.
Are we looking at the same document?
keep
'Cause
going.
mine Aren't,
Bill, keep going. Scroll down more.
okay.
Scroll down more. Keep going. Keep going.
I
Keep
think
going.
that's Charlie's document.
Yeah, that's the second.
That's separate? Okay, sorry.
There's not a definitive change.
I'm
I see
happy to
how you-
answer
I see how-
questions for Charlie, but he's way smarter than me, and so I'm hesitant to walk into those waters.
Yeah, this is different. That's what it is. Thank you. Okay. Any questions or comments before we vote on a public hearing?
You're off the hook.
Oh, it's great. Thanks.
On my question, I'm saving it.
Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will have the public hearing for legislative item. An amendment to the Ogden Valley General Plan, adding the addendum to the general plan addressing moderate income housing reporting requirements per HP 462. To be clear, this is an amendment. This is just to add this to the general plan. This is not to change the only to change the general plan is to add this addendum of the goals which we have submitted to the state. I would ask that if you come up to make comments, that you keep your comments to less than 2 minutes, and you not repeat comments that have been said. So. Do we have any public comment? Is there anybody online? Okay, we'll give it just a minute, make sure that nobody's trying to get in. And then we'll close the public hearing. We'll entertain a motion. Hearing. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Moves we close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, oh, hold on, guys. I guess we do have a,
Retract that.
do we have to retract that?
So
No, you
we just
don't.
have one question for you.
Okay,
If you make this low or moderate income housing near the Valley
Oh,
Market.
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't say, would you please state where your name and where you're from before speaking?
Craig Orem, we're at in Eden.
Wonderful.
So we've seen a map of some roads being built near or maybe through our property. We're not sure. Like 2550 north. Is this going to make people have to move if you put high density housing around our property? So this would be like the Naylor, near the Naylor property on the Highway 158.
Let's see. So this particular proposal is not not something that would make anyone move.
Okay,
This, what we're looking at currently is simply a plan. The state passed a law, HB 462,
right.
that required us to put together a plan. And so what we
Okay.
did is we said, okay, what's already in the general plan that we can use for this plan? And we used portions of the general plan, for example, transferable development rights, which was already in the general plan and as part of the plan. And we put that into this report. And that's all we're doing right now is looking at adding this document of those moderate incomes to the general plan. It does not create any roads, does not change any zones, does not specify any locations. Just simply adds a, hey, this is what we want to do, or what we're going to try and accomplish, or how we're going to try and accomplish moderate income housing.
What,
That's what we're doing.
then I just have one last question. Then wouldn't like Wolf Creek, where the condos are, and Moose Hollow, wouldn't that be considered moderate income right there already?
Moderate income as defined is hard to say, but this would not apply to that. I guess in a roundabout way it does, but
Yeah.
this
But-
what we're talking about is not going to change anything that's currently in place at Wolf Creek.
Okay, yeah, I just was thinking that seems like moderate income there with like where it splits off to go to Patio Springs. There's a bunch of smaller houses and apartment type buildings there.
Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we need to close? We good?
It was already closed.
All right. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to on the legislative item 6.1 on the amendment to the Ogden Valley General Plan.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that the Planning Commission offers a positive recommendation to the County Commission for, right, we got this right, GPA 2002-03, amending the adopted general plan and adding addendum 1 as shown with the agreed upon change to the title, I believe. And also with the supported findings that is listed out in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion for recommendation for approval based on the findings and staff report with the recommendation for changing the heading of the document to be listed out with Ogden Valley General Plan and Western Weaver General Plan in the addendum to those plans instead of the general. All in favor of the motion as stated?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Barber, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I heard yours. Could you speak in the microphone for us?
Yes, aye.
I guess I should have clarified if there was, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I guess you could have been voting against. Okay. I had a thought, and I know it's a little bit out of comment or out of here, but I wanted to make a recommendation for on these rules of order. We did get it might be a good idea to add the, at one point you sent an email with the kind of template for our motion. Maybe we add that to the rules of order as we're looking at this, just a thought. Has used that, maybe we could add that as an example, just so we could reference it in place. So. Okay, is there any public comment for items not on the agenda? Okay, not hearing any, we'll I kind of started this a little early, remarks from planning commissioners. I guess that would have been a good place for that. But if we have any more remarks, feel free, commissioners.
I have a question, maybe a little history to help me. On the matter of moderate income housing, has that had a full recent, the general topic had a discussion at this, amongst this commission with the public's input. I know this, I guess, was on the previous agenda last year, but has the topic in general been discussed?
So I guess if I reframe your question, have we, or reframe it, have we had a public hearing for just how the Ogden Valley planning, or Ogden Valley would like to handle moderate income? Is that the question?
Generally, yes. Yes, that
I would say no, we haven't done that specific just for how they would like to handle it. I believe, I don't know, how would you answer that?
Well, we use this as a guiding document. Anything that's in the general plan, we look at as a guiding document to help direct us to implement those things. So that's what we looked at when we did the village areas. We looked at elements that we could incorporate moderate housing into those areas to address what the general plan is giving us direction to do. But typically we look at that when we do the general plan. So if we were to update our general plan, which we just did with this element being added to it, we would do that more specifically the next time we amend our general plan. And we just did it now, but we could amend the whole thing, or we could amend sections, and this is just adding a section to it.
So that leads to my second question. I was around when the general plan was created, and I guess
16.
And then I picked it up recently again and looked through it, and to me, it looks like it needs to be updated, and like specifically with numbers. So it has numbers, projections. And I'm looking at now, which are projections in that plan. I'm wondering, are those real? What really happened in the last 6 years?
Mm-hmm.
So am I looking at estimates or are those reports? So my question is there a plan to specifically update things first, like numbers? And secondly, to take a step back now, 6 years later, and look at some more substantive issues such as moderate income housing and other matters that probably need to be looked at again.
We can definitely talk to the county commission about that if that's a direction that the planning commission wants to send direction to the county commission to look at and see where they want to go with that. I know that we're probably, as staff, we're going to be trying to hit amending the general plan in the next year or so, just because we've finished the Western Weber plan, and so.
When you say amending, what do you mean?
Updating our full general plan for Ogden Valley.
So going through that whole process in about.
Yeah. And we've been doing that already to a certain extent in a small way by doing these village areas. We've been looking at doing amendments to that, but then we've also been creating ordinance that has been required, has been encouraged by the general plan for us to put in place. And so we've implemented a lot of things with the Ogden Valley general plan, and so we're probably going to be looking at that, like I said, in the next year or two. And we could do it sooner if the county commission's willing to do that.
So I believe a lot of the plan, so I guess part of the question is just moderate income. A lot of the meetings that we had, we did have public input in some, I believe, did we not? I don't know if we had a specific public hearing, but I know we had some comment when we were putting these together.
Yeah, there was comments that we received with the moderate income in the beginning.
And maybe to clarify Commissioner Barber's question on numbers, the numbers don't really change unless things are rezoned or densified, I guess, right?
Well, we look at the census with those numbers, and so yes, those numbers probably we could look at to see how they compare with the current numbers and what's happened up in the valley. So I'm sure that there's been some changes, and we'd look to see if they're valid or if they're not. but we would just add that to our priority list if you wanted us to talk to the county commission and see where they want to put that on the priority list.
So, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, in this addendum that we just voted on, there's a lot of discussion about in the coming years, which I'm guessing you're saying is where this funding is going to help, to go and count how many homes and how many transfer development rights are in the valley, have been used, or so on and so forth. The reason I didn't bring it, I had various things underlined, but I didn't bring it up because it's all about considering and this and that, and it's the language for the state. So it wasn't pertinent to our voting on it, but in terms of getting actual numbers, it's written in here that that's what will be worked on in 2000, I think it's 23, 24, something like that.
Bill, could you come up to the mic? I don't want to get in trouble with Marta or June.
I just figure if I had something actually interesting to say that I'd come up to the mic. No, but that reporting tool that had been online for several years has been outmoded, and it was problematic from the beginning, and only got worse as time went on because the data was just incomplete. It relied heavily on data from housing and urban development department, federal level, and just anyway, it was problematic. So they're redoing that. They're working with the Kempsey Gardner Institute to actually delve into the data and pull things like building permits and housing valuations and zoning applications and entitled units throughout the state, and really create a picture of where the affordable housing is versus where it needs to be. So that will help us make good decisions about where we want to put our energy and effort into addressing this concern.
This is a great point, and I appreciate Commissioner Barber bringing it up. I had a conversation with one of the residents about how it seems like the state is constantly pushing, kind of pushing their will upon the locals. This is almost a perfect example, pushing it, and where maybe, moderate income just looks totally different here in the Ogden Valley than it does somewhere else. The perfect example of where the state's pushing something that may not be welcome. The comment of have we had the public hearing, I think is a good one, because yeah, we had a public hearing for this, but maybe some of that direction, more directive public hearing of moderate income is a good thing. I know that we had that thing on the short-term rentals, kind of open house. I think those things give directions, and I think they're good for planning and staff to do to help guide which direction we go. So I guess my comments are with the state, it's tough because they're, obviously they have the ability to pass these laws and enforce, but I think having the input of the residents to know, okay, what should we try and push back on, right? is a good thing to keep in mind. One of the comments you had made was, or Bill, you had made was that we know where we're at and where we should be. Well, who says where we should be is one of the questions that I had when you said that, and I think other people need to say that. So just a thought. Thank you for coming.
The reason I made that is, Rick, I was asked, it's a legislative item just to talk to people out, and because I have no background specifically with what the commission's done, I did that. I heard all sorts of, probably half of it was just based on assumptions and crazy thoughts, but I had people say, well, how many trailer parks does that mean? And all sorts of things, so that's why I asked.
Great question.
And repeat my comment, it's my understanding that general plans should be revised or typically revised every 5 to 10 years. One should not have the expectation that a general plan is forever. Thank you.
That's why we're hoping in the next year or so that we start looking at that more seriously for the Ogden Valley.
Any more remarks from planning commissioners?
Just on these rules of order, do we take it that council will look over this, at some wording, and make a proposal to us in the near future, 2 weeks before, so we can read it and then take a vote on it?
Yes, I'll do that. I will work with Rick to coordinate between Western Weber and Ogden Valley and what we're going to do, because it is kind of a dance there with what one commission wants versus what the other commission wants. It's always worked out to be aligned in the past. I'm not the attorney who advises the Western Weber Planning Commission, so I will work with him as well to come to something that we, I guess, submit to Rick and see how he feels about it and go from there.
As a planning commission, are we in favor of having separate rule of order or the same?
I go with simplicity, having them identical. I mean, it's just a general rules of order. That sure simplifies things for staff.
I'm good with
council.
I just wanted to give direction that way if we could, from not that we're telling you, but just hey, this is what we feel about it.
Appreciate it. We can go either way, but it is simpler for staff to deal with one rules of order.
Any other comments or remarks? We'll move to planning director report.
Just so you're aware, the legislature's looking at this session of taking things into their control over certain land use things. For instance, subdivisions, they're trying to take certain things, make it simpler to get through the process. In some ways, I don't have a huge heartburn with that, because right now, if the subdivision meets the ordinance requirements, there's nothing that you can do. If it's meeting the requirements, you have to approve it. If public shows up and they're saying, "Oh, we don't want this in our backyard," there's nothing that you can do to deny that based upon public clamor. You have to approve it. And so in some instances, I don't have a huge heartburn with a few things, but other things I am more concerned about. So I just want you to be aware of that. We'll keep you updated as we see things move along. But that's more just for your information on that. But I'm hoping they don't go further with things. So we'll just see where things progress. Yeah, and STRs, that's another thing. They are looking at some form of amnesty. I'm not sure where that is on the floor. So as we see things, like I said, we'll keep you updated. But right now, I'm hoping that it goes in a good direction for us.
What do you mean by amnesty for short-term rentals?
So if it falls outside of the zone where it's allowed, they're possibly looking at you have X amount of days or months to show that you have been having a short-term rental there, and you can come in and make that legal. You can meet building code requirements. So that could change things up in the Ogden Valley. Yeah. So I know that there's some folks that have talked to their legislators about that, and you're definitely more than welcome. Encourage people online to reach out to their legislators on that as well. Right now, we're working on getting everything set up with our third party to get the ordinance going and getting letters out to the public that are in violation of our current ordinance. So, just for your information.
Just that, I don't know how long the work session is gonna go, but I do have a commitment at 9 o'clock. So if I leave a little early and you're still going, it's not because Charlie is boring, it's just that I need to be somewhere else, so.
Me too. Okay. With that, we'll adjourn to the work session. And Charlie, to be clear, I don't want to be here all night.
You want to be here till 9 or later? Hopefully we can get through this relatively quickly. A lot of what we're looking at here, let me get it up on the screen. It's started with changes in Western Weber, but because it affects a zone that's in the Ogden Valley, we want to make sure that you guys are comfortable with the changes that are coming forward as well. So the majority of the changes that are coming forth are in your packet. There have been amendments to that since we sent the packets out, but we won't go over those amendments because you haven't read them yet. So I'll try and call specific attention to them when they come up. I'm trying to share the screen here so you can see what I'm seeing as well. Okay, so hopefully if you have the chance to read through and mark it up, I'm gonna hopefully make this pretty quick and we'll just kind of fly through and on a page by page basis. I'll give a brief explanation, but if you want me to stop and have more dialogue about something, just tell me to stop. So I'm gonna run back to, let's see, well, starting on line 11, just making some small tweaks to base density to make it a little bit easier to understand and more applicable. And we're determining what the base density is in a form-based area. It shows that the D definitions, some of them are being stricken and some of them are being added. I don't know why track change did that. We're just making some adjustments to, for example, adding in detached lockout and saying see lockout detached, for example, which is down here. We are adding in a couple of definitions. Now, right now, the way that the county commissioners would like to see transferable development rights is almost the exact same way that our form-based code currently is. It's if you're outside of these village areas or the form-based zone, you're a sending area, and if you're inside, you're a receiving area. So we don't need a special ordinance that says that. So we put TDRs on the back burner because the TDRs from the form-based ordinance will prevail. And then if we wanted to get into any details about TDRs, then we'll resurrect the TDR zone discussion. But in doing so, we wanted to make sure we clarified what TDR transferable development right is. So we added a couple of new definitions. For example, development right residential development right, and then, just those two, residential development right. And then further down, we add in transfer of development rights, and that's the program to transfer, and then transferable development rights, that's actually transferring it. So just a couple of new definitions just to make it work, and these we pulled directly out of the text proposal for the TDR, or they just added it. one thing that you'll see is item E, street type, description, and purpose. It's not showing as underlined. What we did is we moved this item E from a section that's buried deep at the bottom of this ordinance. We found as people were trying to use the code, it was hard for them to understand what these different street types were, and it's really critical for you to know what the street types are for. And so this is really just the purpose of these street types. We tweaked the language just a little bit on government streets and in a couple of instances on vehicle oriented, but for the most part, this section is unchanged. Any questions on that page? Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of a different numbering convention. You'll see that I'm doing this in most of the other sections that we're working with as well. And so I believe in your current code, I think this might be like subparagraph A. I'm going to just leave it out in the front end as a section. And then, so section 104-22-3.010, that gives us the ability to add in other sections in between and after. Just making the ordinance expandable if we ever need to. Let's see. Everywhere where we said lot in form base, I wanted to make sure it was clear that we're talking about both lot or parcel. State code changed a couple years back to make it very clear what a lot is. A lot is a subdivided parcel of ground. A parcel is an unsubdivided parcel of ground. So a little bit of difference there. In order to develop on a piece of property, it needs to be a lot, but if you're gonna farm on a piece of property, it could be a lot or a parcel. Just anecdotal. It's used. A lot of parcel, a lot of changes in here. Okay, I am flying down. We're on page 1263 here. 13. You can see not a lot of changes. The reason why this is all spelled out rather than some of it omitted is it's brand new for the Planning Commission for Western Weaver. So this is all just new stuff for them. They're excited to use the form-based ordinance to create some of the villages that they just adopted in their general. Okay, so Western Weaver talked a little bit about short-term rentals. They're worried that it may not be good for them to exist in their village areas. I think in the Ogden Valley, that's where they should exist, just because it keeps them out of your neighborhoods and it helps provide a supply on the market. But if you guys would like to take the same approach and say, you know, not in every village area, and you can see it's not every village area, it's just the conditional in the small lot residential, but then permitted in multifamily, mixed-use commercial, vehicle-oriented commercial, and government and institutional areas. Any questions or concerns about that? Okay. No change. Western Weaver, we might have a little paragraph that says, in the Western Weaver, short-term rentals are not allowed in the village areas. I think they haven't gotten through all the way through the moderate income section at the very end in our review, and so they may not be aware that there's already a moderate income requirement in form-based areas. And so once they see that, they might be less inclined to disallow short-term rentals, especially since there's really not a huge demand in the Western Weaver for short-term rentals right now. Even if they do village areas, I don't see a huge demand. It's just not a recreational area. Okay, moving on. 17, let's see, 18. Just so you, for Commissioner Barber as well as others, just as a reminder, the blue underline is language that's being added. The red strikeout is language that's being deleted. Anything that's black lined is language that's already adopted. And so that's one of the reasons I'm not spending a lot of time going through these. Most of this is already adopted. Okay. Here's one. In the Western Weaver, they are really focused on 15,000 square foot lots for the areas that are outside of their village nodes. Most of what the valley floor is 3 acres, right? 1 unit per 3 acres. And so the village zone didn't actually provide for, or excuse me, the form-based zone didn't actually provide for 15,000 square foot lots. The large lot residential, minimum lot size was 20,000 square feet. So I'm suggesting, if you guys are comfortable with it, we just drop that to 15,000. What that does is on the periphery of where your village areas are, your commercial areas are, you'll be able to potentially have 15,000 square foot instead of 20,000 square foot lots. You could put more in there, which would be absorbing the transferable development rights coming from other places. And so I think it's probably a good thing to apply in Ogden Valley, but if you'd rather leave it at 20, we can create a large lot and a super large lot. I don't know. We can create another designation. What are your thoughts on 15,000 versus 20,000?
For us, I mean, you can create a specific.
Yeah. Yeah, we certainly can. It's designed to make it specific. Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
Nice to have flexibility.
Yeah, actually, in Western Weaver, let's be clear about that. It's really not 15,000 out there. What they're doing is they're saying gross acreage divided by 15,000. That way, if a developer provides a bunch of open space or park area or whatever, they can get quite small lots in exchange for some donated open space or park area.
So why wouldn't that be a good idea for Ogden Valley?
Honestly, that's the cluster subdivision code. So Western Weaver, they don't want to use the cluster code anymore. It just doesn't suit their needs. I think it's more bad taste in their mouth from old cluster subdivisions that they're just kind of saying all clusters are bad. But they're looking at a different type of cluster. I keep teasing them, call it the clusterless cluster subdivision, because it's in effect doing the same thing. But one of the things you'll see coming forward over the next few months is actually a change to the cluster subdivision code to say it's only applicable in the Ogden Valley. So in the Ogden Valley, to your question, that is already allowed. In fact, you can get lot sizes as small as 9,000 square feet in exchange for at least 60%.
Okay, so would there be a detriment to the Ogden Valley general plan if you allowed 15,000 rather than 20,000 to be the divisor?
It's a question of how many transferable development rights you can move, right? If it's all 20, so if your periphery, if your circumference around your village areas, if it's all half-acre lots, then you're not able to move as much density onto those half-acre lots as you would if they were 15,000 square.
So if the goal is get rights developed or transferred into these more dense areas, the more transfers in, the better off you are.
Yeah, and
So it was like, well, we kind of taper out.
Here, let's-
Set this up. The reason, my rationale for staying at 20, this was already hashed out. I don't want to come back and start making changes. Really have only one zone, and I don't really haven't even seen how it's laid out.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm finding one wall
yeah,
that goes against the spirit of
that makes sense. So let's just take Old Town, Eden area. So the yellow that you see kind of around the exterior ring, right now in the code would be required to be half-acre lots. If you changed it to follow what Western Weaver's doing, these would be allowed as 15,000. So just to recap, you've got this color is allowed to be, so there's a darker orange. Wow, this is really hard to see. So this color of orange right here, you see that on the screen, that's multifamily residential. And then just outside of that, that is a small lot residential. You can have up to 4 residences on it. So it's like a townhome. And then the very next one up for you guys is 20,000 square lot. So this is one of the reasons why I think 15 would work better for you. In the Western Weaver and in the Nordic area, we had an in-between, which was, it went from 3,000, 8,000, and then 20,000. Around Old Town Eden, it's multifamily and then 3,000 and then 20. There is no in between.
There's no medium in that area?
Mhm.
That's just because of the colors that we drew.
Yep. When we did the Nordic, when we modified this zone for the Nordic project and created a 8,000 square foot lot size, we didn't otherwise already have that here, and we didn't want to surprise anyone, so we just didn't. So we can always add some other colors in. It's a small geographic area, and so it's a pretty rapid transition. But I'm game for whatever you guys want to do.
So what I'm concerned about is that in one of our meetings, we had a discussion. If you want to concentrate the density in these nodes, whatever we want to call them, you got to have a lot of density here. And there's not room for much density with the lot size that you're talking about right now.
Yep.
There's just no
exterior.
place to get it there. No place to go. If you could get it transferred from somewhere to open up a whole bunch of open space forever somewhere else, you got no place to put it. So everything we can do in these nodes to have allow more development rights be transferred into it, the better job we're doing for the valley if open space is a consideration.
So when you
That's
say
my
there's no
thought.
place to put it, I mean, this place, there's Newton, there's Nordic.
Yeah, but there's, for the amount of development rights that are out there, if you said, let's transfer a whole bunch of them in, there's a limit. We're limiting how much can be transferred in and saying there's no more room. You can't develop more in, therefore somewhere
What's the
else
idea
this
of creep, right?
density has got to be.
But isn't that the idea of creep? So if we say like, because right, because we have a 50-foot kind of.
Yep. That's right. That's for the, just to be clear, that's for the darker orange and the red that you have on the screen. 50-foot max, and there's no, it could be wall to wall, if you wanted it to be apartment, stuff like that. So we're not specifically saying how big they can be. If you want to do a bunch of small apartments, you can put a lot in there. But I think the market is gonna play a lot of a role in there. If you get too many houses or too many apartments in one spot, you've oversaturated. We're trying to look at a diversity of housing options so that a developer can
But that begs
play with
the
that
question.
market.
Guess what is the public? The high, kind of the loose. Each other.
Yep.
Development. Sprawl.
Yep.
Reference to the want.
Yeah.
Events. Then. Push that in. Hopefully get one out. Ready.
I'm just suggesting a taper, more of a taper, rather than off the
8 to
cliff.
20, yeah.
Because
That is kind of a cliff.
between 15 and 20 is you're basically looking 2 units per acre or 3.
Right.
Well, there's 3rd-acre lots, still pretty big.
Yeah, it's still unaffordable for the moderate income person.
We have these 7. I didn't think about it. It's a rep.
Well, there's the potential. Yeah, we don't want to lock that down and say, no, there can't be more, because we need a whole bunch more.
And we're about to talk about a whole bunch more. So as soon as we get
I
it
mean, the reality is, how many are up there now?
built, you mean?
Built, yeah.
Well, back to Commissioner Barber's plight, we need to redo the numbers. We're probably about 5,200 right now.
This to some, it was around 6,000.
Total
But
rights.
been sold to the, when you did this.
Like Ogden City had some development rights.
Yeah.
down on Stringtown or close to Stringtown.
Yeah, they had about 500.
And they sold to the land. Janet, Francis and Richard.
I wouldn't say a substantial amount of them, but some of them have been. For example, the land trust just closed the deal on the monastery property, a few hundred acres. A few hundred acres of 1 unit to, 1 unit to 3 acres. It's not hundreds of units that have been swallowed up.
So,
Few hundred acres. Probably 100 or more.
so in rough
It's
numbers,
a little lower than 100 on that, but yeah,
in rough numbers, a third of the buildings have been built. And 2/3
Yes.
to go.
Yep.
Just rough numbers.
that's good rough numbers. Yep.
So there are areas in the valley that look pretty dense now,
Mhm.
Wolf Creek area. But we got to figure out where do we put 3 times that? Yeah,
But that
3
was the
times that
question,
many.
because even those, like these ones we approved tonight. We just- Or, yeah, roughly 20 units.
You mean from the 15,000, you're subtracting out units, right? Yeah, then in that case, yes, added.
We did a bunch. There's been quite a few.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would imagine that. Closer.
You're probably right. Yeah, I'd say probably around 10,000. So we're
That's
about
either been
50%.
built or spent. Me
Okay,
either. Or, so there's maybe 6,000 to go.
Right.
16.
Yeah, that's probably a fair.
Not
And
like
or retire.
things that we that based on like approved or whatnot. You're counting built
When you say counting,
right now with the
so if we're talking about 10,000, we're not talking about built. If we're talking about 5 to 6,000, I think we're about 52 or 5,300. Then we're talking about built.
left on the market. That we're talking about.
Yes, rights that are still out there that,
Realistically, it can all change anyway. But
Right.
if we make the assumption that there's a fixed number
Yeah.
based on 16, there's say 16. Approximately 10,000 have been dedicated to a certain purpose, which could be they've already been through a subdivision. Recently, they've been built, or they're in a land trust.
right,
Or there's no, and then we're saying there's 6,000 that could be built, really not sure.
and it'd be phenomenal to get into the general plan and really redo the numbers to really nail that down. Especially since we've kind of tentatively put together a valley floor boundary at this point. Now we could even parse those numbers even better to say, if the TDRs are only moving around here, how many actually?
I think that would be almost probably assessed.
Yep, absolutely. It'd be part of the study that goes into, doing.
So back to my suggestion that we do some tapering here. If we have from your colors, you're going from high density and then lower density, and now we're down to acre lots.
Yeah, acre is this greenish color over here. Yep,
Okay.
you got it.
So if you're suggesting, would the planning commission like to see more tapering? So we go from, I'm going to make up numbers because I couldn't follow your numbers.
Okay.
Okay, we go from, 5,000 acre in the middle there, or 5,000 acre,
Square foot.
5,000 square foot. And then we go to 10, and then we go to 15, and then we go to 20, and then we go to 25.
Yeah,
Okay, that's kind of a
that's the taper.
tapering, and it may spread out a little bit more, but we're gonna eventually be able to absorb a lot more units out there and create more open space. If you do that, and it can still be low impact because of the tapering.
Yep, and you're putting it into a predetermined area. So you're right. It's not spreading out into all of the unknown locations. It's in a predetermined area. And another thing on top of that is you are providing the market with a different housing type so that a developer has the opportunity to look at diversifying their product portfolio.
I'd be more in favor of that. First with that. change it a little. I mean, look at this one, like the pension. 8,000. But it's also kind of how it is already. It's way, it's north of this. It kind of just, it goes from.
That's right.
Anyway. I do think we can just add more color. Rid of that. If we're talking this specific one, I would discussion specific. I'm just saying in general, change these colors. I'm not 20, I think keep the 20 with that 15, 8, 15, 12. That particular band.
But it's got to move out a little bit from the center.
No, I understand. Just to contain within boundary we've established of the. Not all
Well,
sprawls.
see, you're gonna get,
It's gonna happen.
you're gonna get sprawl if you don't do some planning. And if you look, this is kind of like a hill, right? Like, not a volcano, but just a hill. And the farther you get from the center of the hill, the lower the density, the higher the, lower the density is. And it just spreads out smoothly.
Yeah, it is kind of a volcano. You got a park in the middle
Yeah.
with no density.
But this hill has got to not have steep sides on it. It's kind of tapering and gradual, and therefore you can move more density in here without increasing negative impact.
That's
much.
my thought. And just so you could see with the numbers that are proposed with this amendment, this darker green on the outside, that's 1 unit to 3 acres. So just existing zoning essentially. 1 unit to 1 acre. And then it'd be 15,000 square foot, so about third acre lots. And then 3,000 square foot, so very small lots. And then it'd be mixed use or multifamily residential, and then mixed use commercial, which allows.
I think the idea when this was not, we're trying to leave the door. This is what we have.
Yeah, and the door is, open to however we want to go in the future. So you guys just tell me.
We can get real hard numbers with colors like there and
Mhm.
1.3 and 1.1, so you can actually get to that number now.
On how many units this street can
Would
absorb.
work for this village.
Yeah, and there are, and so none of this is mandatory. So first off, let's scale back just a little bit for Commissioner Barber. This is creating an ordinance that could be applied to property. This isn't applying it to property yet. We did apply it to Nordic. You're going to see an application on your agenda next month, applying it to property just north of this area. Nordic. Potential streets, potentially, and the folks who own the property, they would be the ones at their choice or option to build, and if they do, they want this zone, if they want to maximize their ability to transfer units in, they'll rezone to this and they'll do it, or if they don't, they just keep the property as it is and let it be. Potentially, Now, I have deliberately tried to avoid homes, and so it just doesn't look good when there's the line going through somebody's house. And so we tried very hard to avoid that. I don't think I go through any home, but there may be some accessory structures that somebody's.
Charlie, just for my database,
Mhm.
there's some, as you go up to Wolf Creek, there's some small homes off the west side of the road. It's just past the storage units going north. There's some small homes in there. What size lots are those on?
You mean the townhomes?
Oh,
No, they're not.
that's a PUD or PRUD. And so I believe most of those are sitting on their own lot, just wall to wall lot with open space surrounding it. So very small, if that's what you're asking.
So how big?
Just the perimeter of the
I mean, they're not,
house.
the homes have space between them,
Mhm.
but they're just small homes.
Yeah, so I don't know what it would be if you were to calculate it out as if that was their own property, but the space between the homes, that's open space, that's common area for PR.
So what you're
Okay.
saying is they don't own. the home, right?
They own them in common.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get a picture, a mental picture of how that kind of density would fit into this.
Do you have-
Where does that fit on this hillside?
Charlie?
Yeah, let me see if I can grab that. There we go. So we're talking about homes that are right in here. Oh, you know what? Some of them are on their own lots. Let's have a look. 0.1 of an acre. So what's that? 4,000 square feet.
As I drive through there and by there, I don't get the impression that that is really crowded next together like common wall homes. It seems a little bit less dense than,
Slightly because they're not.
That is true. There are still some vacant lots over there.
oh, so they're
I
vacant
get your
lots?
idea, but just lots. You're right.
Okay,
So,
They're
for
probably
example,
owned by the same person.
yeah,
Are they owned by the same person? I'm sure that one right there it is.
Eden Village Holdings.
Oh.
Nope, all owned by somebody different.
Okay.
So it actually looks like every other lot is built on, or almost every other
Okay.
lot is built on.
so that would be equivalent to 8,000 square foot lots.
Smaller, 4,000-ish.
Well,
But these are four, but every other lot's built on.
Yes,
So,
yeah, fair enough. Yep.
with
okay.
with a bunch of open space, though, like that center area.
And you wanted me to pull up Nordic? Is that what I heard, Chair?
Just the map. Instead of doing Eden, we could look at something we just recently. I guess that Eden is form based because we did, but
Yeah.
this one's more recent.
So on this one, the yellow here would be the either half acre or 15,000 square foot. I almost want to come back in and maybe work these lines a little bit and get rid of some of that yellow, maybe pull it in a little bit tighter. But I mean, that's up to you guys. I am actually in your document, I am showing a different, slightly different reconfigured map for this area right here, and I'll explain why when we get to that. This is Nordic. Mhm. Some of these streets right in here, and I'll explain why when we get to that in the document. But there's just a lot of yellow here, a lot of painted yellow. We could bring some of the 1 acre in a little closer if you're concerned about too much half acre or 15,000 square foot.
So the question was asked. We talked about shrinking.
Mhm.
Specifically asked, okay, what's yellow's?
Yep. No, what did pass though was Viking Drive. That was just changed to 1 acre. It was previously, it tapered out the way that we've been talking about the taper. Yeah. So it was just flipped.
The commission.
There was discussion on both sides. I don't know if there was the planning commission that finally landed on that. There was it was probably from about here to here that went through a couple of different density changes. Yeah.
I think I would support the shrinking.
No, you're right. It didn't at the time.
But I think it was late. Right.
and the idea that in these areas where you have all the infrastructure to support more density, it makes
Or-
sense that it be there.
That's right. Or at the very least, we will have the infrastructure if we can get a critical mass to create.
Yeah.
infrastructure.
You got to have the mass.
Yep.
So more of a hill there creates the mass.
Can you remind me? Where are already?
So what has already been zoned as form-based, just Nordic.
But we did the.
We created the area, we created the regulating plan. But just because we created the zone doesn't mean we applied it to any property yet. Hasn't been applied. Yeah. We haven't recorded their, well, it's just the Nordic property. It's not even the property outside of. That's right. Yep, just the resort property.
I guess to be clear. We passed the area, we reviewed the area. So like Wolf Creek can't really zone to this until we pass some changes,
Yep,
correct?
That's right.
No, Eden, they can.
Yes.
So that's a clarification hearing. You're hearing, oh, Nordic's passed. Well, that's because someone came and said, I want to be red. Came and said they want to be this, where we're saying, hey, like, we're creating this zone that if people. We did that in Eden and we did it in Nordic. We haven't done it.
Liberty. Yeah.
Liberty.
It's triggered by a developer purchasing a chunk of land, saying, I want to densify this area with whatever.
Want to go with this plan.
I like it.
Use it.
But in terms of board, like if you go and look up, so let's say this is down for.
No,
It's triggered by a development that's coming in.
It has to start.
I mean, I think so, right? You could
That's correct.
adopt it, but it's probably not going to happen unless somebody wants it.
that's correct.
But without this being someone in place, it's kind of the Wild West. So this helps with the planning of those areas that we want to be densified. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Is Newtown in zone too?
It's created, yes. It hasn't been applied to any property. So I think once you get that sewer system in, it's gonna be a lot easier and that sewer system's coming pretty quick. So that's one of the reasons why we're gonna have more discussion, right? In just a minute about that, but I wanted to get over lot sizes and then move on to the text and then the maps are at the end, so we'll dive into the maps.
While we're talking about that. I know this might sound but and kind of contrary, I guess, but I hope we're setting our fees for these developments at such a level that creates it doesn't create a burden on the remainder of us. So granted, someone can put in a sewer system, but I hope we're making this and we're going about this, since this is coming, that we're going about this in a manner that makes it so that I'm not required to foot the bill for somebody else's problem.
We're trying hard to do that.
And
The
I
commissioners
hope
are
that
aware
they're
of that.
really looking at that, because that's somewhat scary in that, hey, this is going in, well, that's great, but we're already established. And if I'm looking at having to pay for an incredibly expensive bill.
Yeah.
Or even having to be forced to be put on it because this was done. I want to make sure, I want to take a minute to express I hope we're setting rates. I hope we're being extremely.
So that the county doesn't control any of the utilities. And so that really
Well, they
is,
do control the development.
That's true.
Fees, and that's what I'm talking about. is
You're
we're either
you're talking about
collecting-
impact fees?
Yeah.
We
'Cause
can't-
it's- So someone comes in and puts in a sewer and then they try and say, okay, well now, the rest of you need to be in the sewer. That's an impact. They should have paid that in an impact fee.
Yeah, so the impact fees through sewer would be for the sewer district. The county can't impose that. We can for streets, for trails, for storm drain, because we're over all of that, but any utility that we're not over, we can't impose. We do.
So when a
collect.
development comes in and they say, we're gonna put in our own sewer system, you don't collect any fee for that. Even though they're gonna put in their own.
Well, they can't, under state statute, they have to have a body politic, so it's either got to be under a district or it's got to be under the county, and the county isn't inclined to be a body politic, so we push them onto the district. So, and the district does have impact fees, to my knowledge, and they are collecting.
Saying this sewer and water system that's going in right now is governed by Wolf County.
Wolf Creek.
Well, Wolf Creek's putting in the sewer and the water,
That's
so
right.
they're governed by themselves.
Yes.
Well, separate. Wolf Creek to develop. Wolf Creek Sewer and Improvement District.
Oh,
I know,
thank
I'm
you.
just-
Yes.
I'm just saying the water and the sewer company is themselves, so they're.
The county give five.
There's some funding that I think the county's putting into it. Yes. But I don't recall. Yeah, I think it was ARPA funding. Do you
It
guys know what
was.
the number? Some federal funds. Yeah, not taxpayer funds.
And we have till 2025, I believe, to get that used and installed.
We clarified the creek sewer. We understand.
I'm just saying that if Wolf Creek Sewer is putting in a sewer system, they're essentially governing themselves.
That's right. Same way the county
But
commission
in
governs
this
the county
scenario,
commission.
creek develop. is Giving it to.
That's exactly right. So what Wolf Creek will do is they will inspect, they'll probably have a bond of some sort of financial security and verify that the system is built to their standards, adequate to their standards. I think there may even be a pioneering agreement that's going into it so that other developers that do hook on, not existing landowners, but other developers who hook on, help pay some of that back. There are a bunch of different funding mechanisms to allow, whether it's sewer or water or any other kind of infrastructure to build in, that doesn't rest on the taxpayer who's been there. It doesn't rest on their backs. And yes, that we're paying very close attention to that. Yep. And encouraging the districts to do the same.
So let me suggest a step back. Everybody just zoom out. Okay.
Zoom out of it.
The cost of a new home, 34% of that is regulation now, up from 25% a few years ago. So 1/3 of the cost of a new home is regulation. Jumping through all these regulatory hoops that keep getting created, and they more and more and more. So when we ask for more and more and more, we're making things less affordable. Now the state's down there, and I assume they're looking at these numbers and they're saying, wait a minute, 1/3 of the cost of a new home is just complying with all these regulations. We've got to cut through some of this red tape and make things more affordable, because you can't make it more affordable by regulating it more.
I think that
By
might be
adding-
part of why they're looking at land use authority and subdivision.
I'll give
ordinances.
you- I agree with that. It's tough, right? Right, because you look at it, but here's a counterpoint to that, saying, right, even though I agree, I wish it wasn't. But you look at this, so we've got a lot of developments that are going in there building trails. Right? A guy who's works director, and he said, our trails are the most expensive thing we have to make. We've got to mow, we've got to upkeep the asphalt, everybody wants it, but nobody wants to pay for it. The developer came in and gave us a $3 million gift to put it in, but it comes with a $300,000 maintenance fee for 5 years or whatever. We have no money to pay for it. So it's really a tough, because I agree with you, like it's tough, like, shouldn't be that expensive. But at the same time, we're going after these things, sewer, for example. Same, that I'm putting in the same basket. We put in a sewer system, well, it's not feasible. One person to pay the cost of sewer, they want a big one development. Costs are down, so then to get it to be a code, sewer department's even bigger, so they're gonna want everybody else. And then, who's gonna bear that cost? And that's the hard part, saying that if they're gonna go down this route, we're looking versus the old one. Trying to fix the problem.
It's just, you always want somebody else to pay,
Well,
right?
Get all
I
the
mean,
benefits.
that's what
But
you
so,
wanted.
so the hard part is they come along and they say, all right, we're gonna put a sewer line in front of your house, but you're 20 feet down where the sewer line is, you're required to do.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
it's-
yeah.
It's off.
It's awful. Now, just an observation and not disparaging anybody, but here's an example. So trail comes in front of my house. Okay, well, my driveway's there. So the trail people want to expand this trail. It's about 2 feet wide, 3 feet wide. They want to make it 5 feet wide. So I met up there with the trail people and somebody from the county engineering department. I said, well, why don't you just make it a little wider? No, we have to bring it up to current standards. It's going to have engineered wall. It's going to have all this stuff. Well, just put a little barrier along there. Put a guardrail, protect the pedestrians. No, we can't do that because we don't like guardrails. They get hit by the snowplow, and we don't like plastic things because we have to repair them. So the cost so far for putting this little wall to give another couple of feet on the trail, $300,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe good planning was, okay, if you're gonna have these trails, just move the road, just build a shoulder 2 or 3 feet on the other side. You don't need an engineered wall. It's cheap. Just do it. And maybe it'll slow people down because that's the drag racing place in the valley. Well, anyway, it's little things like that where you can lower costs for people. Yeah, and if we can simplify regulations, that can lower costs without any big loss. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
Well spoken.
Charlie, we're coming up on 3 hours. How long do we need?
How much longer do you guys want to talk about this versus talking about the proposed ordinances? Okay, we flew through a whole bunch of pages. I don't know how much more time we need, because once we get to the maps, I think there's going to be some good discussion. But you guys tell me when you're done, and I'm happy to go home.
Well, what do you need to accomplish?
I want to get through the ordinance if we can, and at least have your blessing to move it forward to a public hearing, if we can.
The ordinance or the changes, which one?
The changes, the proposed changes that it's in front of you, the red line changes and the map changes.
So have you gotten our point? Have you gotten to make changes to the change? Make changes for?
So far. I want to go back to 15 versus 20. Are we okay with going down to 15 now, or you want to keep 20 and then add in a 15?
I thought I was pretty clear on that, but I would keep 20 and add something before I would change what's there.
Okay,
But
everybody else okay with that?
And I propose that we taper it, that we have a section of 15 in there.
Okay, so we can add a,
Same thing.
That's not
Yeah.
doing the same thing. We're going 20, 15.
Well, but if 20 is gonna stay where it is, 20, I'm suggesting 20 is gonna move a little bit to make room for this 15. So that we got,
So just take a step. I'm only talking about this section and not changing the maps. Be clear. I'm not talking about changing the maps at all. I'm just talking about adding a color. Changing the maps
Okay.
would be a different discussion. Like,
okay,
I'm okay with changing the maps, just I'm not sure we want to have it tonight.
okay, so we're all good with the idea. Let's put a 15 in there, a different color.
Yeah.
And then we figure out where these
I
are gonna go and. the
Or maybe
steep-
it's a 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20, 12, 8, whatever. I mean,
12 would be in between, right?
I mean, is that 8 to 15 to 20?
we can go to every number. I mean, we do a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4.
I was gonna say, it doesn't matter. to me. I'm just saying, I like the idea of adding a 15.
Yeah, and we could, that's what I have written down here.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Other than, I just don't want to change maps, right? We are.
Yep. So all the changes to the changes so far, there hasn't been any. Okay, good. Line 374. So we're adding in the sentence, unless allowed otherwise by this land use code, each lot shall have frontage on the type of street that corresponds with the governing street type as provided in the street regulating map. We just didn't say that explicitly before. We're making that statement.
Question,
Sure.
because I've been drawing myself pictures here. There's frontage, meaning part of your lot abuts the street.
Yes.
Does your house have to face the street?
No, residential homes do not have to face the street. When we're looking at the commercial with the multifamily, then yes, in those cases. face
Okay.
the street.
All right,
Perfect. And the reason why we add this sentence in here is because on line 377, we're saying pretty much that along the multifamily residential, mixed use commercial and vehicle oriented commercial and government and institutional frontage requirement is not applicable for a lot that is platted as part of a larger planned development. So you can develop the internal on the inside of a block, for example, that might not have full street frontage. You've got to have your drive access that gets in there. It might be an alleyway, but this is the way you get your multifamily on the inside of a block without having to build a full street in there. So, okay. Okay, now we can blow through a whole bunch of stuff here again. Just a clarification, we accidentally used first story. It's supposed to be first floor. We have a definition for that. Same here, first floor versus second floor. Line 423, just making some changes to make it clear that your main entrance, if you're on one of those, so each building with each building with frontage on a government and institutional vehicle oriented commercial, mixed use commercial or multifamily shall be provided with a main entrance that faces the street. So there you have it right there. And then the next part just says, if your building isn't right at the setback line or within 5 feet, it needs to be far enough away that when you swing the door open, you're not smacking somebody on the sidewalk. Okay. Newtown, Eden area, and West Weaver 4700 Village. They really like the architectural standards that you guys have for your Newtown, Eden area. They said, let's not recreate the wheel. They did a great job. So, and these are the architectural standards, agrarian in nature. I suspect at some point they might diverge, but for the time being, there's no point in writing something that's exact same thing.
You know, my feelings on the standards.
Yeah, let's blow through them real fast then. Okay, street types and street design. So for Western Weaver, and I think we're going to want to use this, or engineers are going to want to use this in the Ogden Valley. We want to add a 3-lane village cross section. So you remember we've got a half street here. It's a 2-lane road with parking. I think on the highways, we're going to want to see 3 lanes there with the center 2-way turn lane. That makes sense. Okay, perfect. Once you get to the intersections, I've got some new graphics that'll only where the highways are. Correct. Yep. All the other streets will just be the 2 lanes. But yep, as it crosses the park all the way up into Newtown. Yep. And then down the highway again. Yeah, you got it.
That will be 3-lane.
3-lane. Yep. Yeah. And in the future, that could even be a 1-way. 1 way on one side of the park and 1 way on the other side, which the engineers love that. I don't know if you guys love that idea, but it'll be designed to have
Gives
a
the
lot of different
opportunity
options.
for the guy to get through there with his swather.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
A 3-lane.
You gotta cut into the park.
We're gonna have to cut into the park for it. I've actually got it on Google Earth designed out in SketchUp so you can see it in 3D. I'll bring that to you next time and we could do a 3-dimensional tour of it. It will cut into the park a little bit because you do have some parking there. And there's a potential, so the existing 2-lane could be where one side of the road the angled parking could be flipped. And then it's just all the traffic on the east side of the park goes south and all the traffic on the west side of the park goes south and all the traffic on the east side of the park goes north. And you just have 2 lanes going, 2 lanes going opposite directions on either side of the park. Very similar to what you see in Ketchum, Jackson, Idaho Falls has a few of them, Boise. Nope, the only thing, if it's a 1-way. Sorry, I see what you're saying. If we do a 3-way, we just have extra right-of-way space if we decide to do a 1-way.
So the 3-lane road would be where you have the dense commercial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, there's, right.
But
Let me pull the map up.
because yeah, so the highway going out past 3-acre lots doesn't make any sense to have 3 lanes.
Right. Right, but as you go, so this one right here would be 3 lanes. As it comes out and heads right on out of town, it would drop probably back down into 2 lanes because you don't need the center turn. Either that, or it just really depends on whether or not the infrastructure on the other side of the park gets built first. If it does, that could be built for a 2-lane. This could be built for a 2-lane, and traffic can go. Give me to zoom in. traffic on this side will go south and traffic on this side will go, and then they join back up here. So it's called the Calthorpe model. It's Calthorpe. If you wanted to Google it, it's a mode of transportation through a village. Okay.
But doesn't say that. Streets, wouldn't that be everything? Park too.
Minor arterial and major collector streets, no. So the ones that are around the park, those would be minor collectors. They're not major collectors in those cases. No, a minor arterial is a highway. So minor arterial would be Highway 39, Highway 158. What else we have in the valley? So an arterial road is a road that it's the arteries, right? It's the road that funnels traffic through a community.
No minor.
No. No, minor is a small arterial. Arterial is big, it's just smaller than big. An arterial road is a freeway. Yep. This is just, it's standard. We could certainly do that as well.
Well, just put some definitions in here.
Take minor arterial.
We do have definitions. They're actually in your subdivision code and they're referenced in standards that the engineers have. The best you have is a minor. Yep.
And is that Highway 166 in front of the elementary school?
It depends on how the engineers want to designate it. According to the traffic study that we did in 2016, yes, that would make for a minor arterial.
Okay, so does that mean it has to be three lanes? Because it says must.
Yeah, and I think we would probably extend that through our standards to go in any zone.
Okay, so Highway 39, Highway 166, going over the divide, all this stuff has to be 3 lanes.
It doesn't have to be 3 lanes.
Well, it says must here.
That's for
It, yeah, thank you. That
he's talking about. You're saying.
it really it really comes down in the future. It comes down to how much traffic is on that road and how much of them are trying to turn. Because technically, if you're turning across a 2-lane double solid, that's not a legal maneuver. So you need to have that center turn lane if you have a driveway that accesses one of
Well,
those highways.
like in front of the elementary school,
Mhm.
a little turn lane there
Yep.
would not be a bad idea.
That's right.
But then you go a block away,
Not needed.
you got a house every few hundred feet. So
Yep.
it doesn't make any sense.
Yep, not needed there. You got it.
But this, if we adopt this language, does this require it to be?
No,
3?
this is only in the form-based village area. So if you are rezoning to form-based and it's applicable to the multifamily, to the mixed-use commercial, government institutional, and the vehicle-oriented commercial. Those are
We
the only
adopt
areas
this.
that's- Nordic, and it doesn't even affect them because they have a development agreement that already says how their road is going to be and they don't have an arterial. So,
Can we put where warranted in here somewhere?
sure. Let's see.
Is allowed and you take out that requirement.
I think we're going to want to say required
Something, I just,
when the county engineer says, oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'll mess with the language a little bit.
yeah,
Do it on the fly with everybody watching this. It'll work. So the county engineer is the one who does the traffic analysis to determine, well, or he'll hire out to do a traffic analysis to determine how much traffic is on that road that warrants whether or not you need a turn. So you can't just go put a turn lane in, you have to have a traffic warrant analysis.
To prevent from.
We could certainly talk to the engineers about that, yeah. And we are actually, that was something that was proposed in a earlier version of these types of streets, and our county engineer said, you got to take those out. The snowplow drivers hate those, so they're not. Yeah, can't turn over. No,
So
and nor will we be if we stick to the 16,000 or less.
I'm just trying to avoid the circumstances where some guy's along the highway and he says, I think I want to add on to my garage. And the county says, oh, it's required. If you're gonna add on your garage, you've got to widen the road for a 3-lane road in front of your house.
Yeah, so we already can't do that. That would be an unlawful exaction. So if adding onto their garage does not create any more passage from the street onto their lot, there's no impact, there's no greater impact, and so there's no proportionality to require it. So that's already
Okay.
that's already there.
And then you decide.
Right. And even then, if traffic does not merit it, we couldn't require it. So it's a good catch here. Yeah, good catch. Great catch. We'll make sure that's adjusted. Okay. 2-lane village cross section, not changing from what we previously had. We don't have this. The standard is the graphic right there. So 120 feet wide. It's curb, gutter, sidewalk, trees, bike lane, parking. That's correct. I see. So you would like to see that clarified. Okay, we do that. And actually, like I mentioned, we've got different graphics, so I'll make sure it's clarified. Clarify. I don't know that's about that apparently. Okay. Good. Now we're cooking with gas. Mid-block alley. One of the things that we did not clearly discuss or provide allowances for is the mid-block alleys. So it is the way to get to the inside of the block. So let's open. I don't want anyone to be scared about what the word alley means. I said mid-block alley to our engineers, and they said, all we're going to do is be inciting murderers and graffiti artists to play around in there. It's like, that's not the same thing. But it's not that. Oh yeah, that's just where the garbage is going to go. It is not that because a mid-block alley is essentially a small street. It's a 34-foot wide street. You got 5-foot pedestrian sidewalks on both sides and 12-foot travel lane. Now the 12 feet does include the gutter pan for the gutter. So it is a little bit smaller there. But if you ever been in Idaho Falls, they've got some pretty narrow alleyways there. That is where their garbage goes. They have their dumpsters out in the alley, and they've got side load garbage trucks that they have the 2 times, they go in the dumpster, they dump, and then they go. And all those alleyways are 1-ways. These we're asking for 2 ways, and their garbage needs to not be right in the alley. So this is kind of your street that's on the inside, so that we're not making developers build these huge wide streets everywhere. Okay. Yeah, we could call it passage. Well, when the engineers had a hard time with it, I thought, well, we can call it an access way. We can call whatever you want to if alley is scary. Okay, I wanted to make it even more clear where the street design standards apply and where they do not apply. So we're just adding the language in. So for all mixed use commercial, vehicle oriented commercial, multifamily residential, and government institutional street types, the following provisions shall apply. The following standards do not apply to non-multifamily streets unless explicitly stated here. Otherwise, non-multifamily streets shall follow adopted residential street design standards. That's right. Yeah, and actually even the 3,000 would go back to the normal street. after they've rezoned to the form-based zone. No, no, you can't apply new language to existing development. But imagine if Wolf Creek, some of those condos were right here along one of these streets and they decide to redevelop it, maybe tear down the buildings and do something else. That at that point, that's when we say, all right, these are the street standards that are needed. Okay, let's see. I did. The raised crosswalks? Mhm. No, I didn't. So this would, oh, where I struck out the raised? Oh, okay, sorry. It's just redundant to say raised and then raised. The way that it's written, it basically says this only applies to raised pedestrian crosswalks. If we have any existing pedestrian crosswalks, we don't want this to not apply. So I just took that. No, I've actually already worked the configuration of these bulb outs and the crosswalks and all that with our roads guy. He mentioned as long as you've got 5 feet for 6 inches of lip, those snow plows will just go right over really nicely.
Is this similar to the new main intersection there in Huntsville? By the park and the motel? Where they put the big planters and you can't, you pull in there, you can't see traffic coming because it's the planters.
Then no.
So that's,
They didn't use the site triangle rule.
Right. So we do have a site triangle rule, and no matter what is allowed here, you have to plan for that site triangle. So that is elsewhere in our code. So it has to be considered. Yeah. And I'll show you the 3-dimensional graphics next time. There's actually a lot of space. We're asking for 120-foot wide right of way, mostly for pedestrian and street parking. It's a lot of area to be able to see through. Okay, so paved pathway alternative. What did we say here? Oh, a 10-foot wide paved pathway may be installed in lieu of the required sidewalk along any street that is very unlikely to have an adjacent building with first floor street level commercial space. The pathway shall be designed as provided in section 104.227.030. This is along the park. We're not going to see a building there. So that could be a pathway instead of this sidewalk here. Makes sense. Somebody dedicates land to the land trust, but it's still in the form-based area. That could be a pathway instead. No reason to have a big sidewalk for street activities if there's no street activities that are going to happen.
Walk right there, number 4 block.
That is,
And
it's an example of a boardwalk.
And if the landowner decides to put that in, he has to maintain.
I believe that is what we said. Maintenance, yep, encroachment and maintenance contract. So the landowner, so this doesn't fall on the taxpayers to replace those boards.
so you're requiring them to put in a boardwalk.
No,
This is an
it's,
option.
yeah, voluntary.
If they decided they wanted that to look like that in front of their building, they have to maintain.
Yeah, but it's not the taxpayer's obligation to maintain. If they choose to do that, yeah, or tear it out and build a sidewalk. Okay. Okay. Pathway location design standards. I don't know if this is going to stay here. Ogden Valley has an Ogden Valley pathway ordinance, and I don't know the last time we cracked that thing open. It is unusable. We need to do something different. And my suggestion is that we look at something like this. We're going to be doing the same in Western Weaver and applying some pathway criteria. I know we've had some good discussions with you guys here about pathways. For example, does it make sense to require pathways along these huge lots or internal access ways through these, farm areas? for pathways, or should we focus more on where the density is going to go? So that's kind of the idea that we're trying to focus on here. I'd like to just toss the Ogden Valley Pathways Ordinance and start over.
Like that idea. No, this is observation. You have somebody that puts a development in. You've got these pathways going to nowhere. No connection. But in village zone would make sense to have some rhyme or reason where those pathways are going.
Yeah.
But if you have a 20-acre parcel and you've got doesn't connect to anything, it doesn't make any sense to have it.
The intent of the Ogden Valley Pathway Ordinance isn't bad. It's just the execution's not great. No. So we're not tossing the idea. The idea is great. The execution is poor. We can't use the way that it's current. It's inconsistent. It conflicts with itself. It creates this standard that is arbitrary, that diverges from AASHTO standards. It just wasn't well informed when it was created. So we're just taking a new look at it and saying pathways are required. They're very important, and they're going to be done in a way that we can actually execute them and ask a developer to do them, and in intervals that are actually responsive to the actual built environment, as opposed to having, a new intersection I think this is every 500 feet if you're in the village area or something to that extent. Well, outside the village area, it'd be much further distances.
There are places where pathways make a lot of sense, beautiful, whatever. There are places where they make no sense.
Yep.
And nobody's gonna use them.
Yep.
And it's just an extra cost for
For
nothing.
the developer. Yep, that's right. And we'd like to try and avoid that by addressing the pathway code. So next time you see this, you may actually see this section written a little bit differently, so it applies to a bigger audience, and then tossing out the old pathway code. Oh, no. I was just going to tell you what was in here. Hopefully you've been able to kind of get through it on your own with the packet, and then we can get into the details again in our next meeting. So essentially what this is saying that if the map shows a path, then you need to build a pathway. Otherwise, your pathways need to be spaced out in certain intervals in your village areas. What we're doing in the Ogden Valley is we're saying if you're in a residential area, if it's 15,000 square feet or less, your pathway intersections need to be one every 500. If you're in like the 1 acre or greater, because Ogden Valley, I meant Western, excuse me. If you're in the Western Weaver, you need to have your pathway intersections every 500 linear feet. If you are outside of the 15,000 square foot lot area, so like the next step up for them is 1 acre, then it's much further distances between pathways. For the most part, the requirement for a street satisfies the pathway requirement. Good question. A pathway intersection, and it's already defined in your cluster code. So most of this just lifts the language out of your cluster code and pastes it in here. So an intersection is where a pathway intersects with another pathway or intersects with a street. That makes sense? So if you've got a street intersection and a street intersection, let's say our blocks over here are 660 feet long. That's not 500, right? So you'd need to have another pathway somewhere between those two intersections. So here in Ogden, they put mid-block crossings. There's a pathway. Yeah, but in our cases, those mid-block crossings would follow with an alley as well. And so they'd be able to actually go between the buildings in either direction. Because we're actually trying to tackle this on the front end. No. Sorry. Let's take.
That example.
Well, who's we? First question. But Yes. That's exactly right. So what you're gonna see next, if we do pull this out of the form base, it may be easier just to tackle this by form base and then look at pathways outside of form base another way. In fact, if that's the way you guys want to do it, then maybe we do it that way. Yeah, I was hoping to try and incorporate them together so that we can actually see if you're in form base or if you're in a cluster subdivision, here are your rules. If you get to larger lot sizes, here are your rules. If you get to very large lot sizes, here are your rules. And so it followed that graduated scale. In Western Weaver, let me give you an example. We're changing the street connectivity, the street block length requirement. And the block length requirement is 8 times the minimum lot width of that block. And so if you've got 8 lots, what is that lot width? That essentially will constitute the need for a new street, a new cross street there. So your narrower, smaller lots, you're going to see more frequency of streets and street intersections and connections. Your larger lots, your wider lots, you're going to see much further spaced out intersections. That's the kind of context that I would hope to see pathway connectivity. Yep. Yeah, but never, I think it was never, never greater than 1,300, which is what your current code already says. So you need to have an intersectional list of 1,300, which is
never smaller than what?
for streets, never smaller than 400, I believe, is what the code is going to say. Possibly for streets, but yeah, the concept could be applied to pathways. Yes,
I think Ogden City is laid out on what, 660 foot
660. Yep.
long blocks.
You got it. Yep.
Why do we have to go smaller than that?
Nobody has to. It's just a matter of, it's a question of developing. So if they wanted to do 660, sorry, I see the question. 660 is the same standard that Salt Lake City uses. So 660 feet is that's the same block standard that Salt Lake is planning. It's a longer block. If you look at from an urban planning perspective, if we're looking at these urbanized areas or future urbanized areas, you want quicker and more immediate connections than that if you've got higher density of uses. Otherwise, you're just funneling everyone out onto the same streets and they're further spaced apart, and you're not dispersing traffic out into your community at a more equal rate. Now, Portland, their blocks are 200. That's way close. I mean, from the intersection to the mid-block crossing right here, that's 330 feet. And so maybe that for a minimum block length would be appropriate. But anyway, none of that is applicable to the Ogden Valley right now, and we're not proposing it to be applicable. I only brought it up because if we wanted to look at a graduated standard for pathways, we could do something along those lines. But I think it's going to be easier for us to just, let's get this in the form base and then let's tackle pathways another way.
Well, you always, when you talk about form base, you're always talking about walkable villages,
That's right.
right?
That's
And
right.
walkable isn't 3-acre lots with
You got it.
800-foot frontages and,
That's right.
yeah,
That's
okay.
I don't,
So they ought to be separate.
I think.
Okay. Okay. Give us everything.
But what he's saying is he hasn't made any changes to this.
No. The blue line is
It
new.
is all new,
So,
just up here.
but let me tell you this much, it is not substantially different than what's already in your cluster subdivision code. So operations and maintenance a little bit different. So where is that written there? Between fences, minimum 30-foot, right, pathways.
So I get a big asphalt. I don't even understand.
Yeah, let's adjust that, because when we say maintenance and upkeep, let me make sure we're very clear about what we mean. Thank you for bringing that up. This is weeds and vegetation. We're not talking about new infrastructure.
It's off of my cell. Well, mobile.
Yeah. Yeah, so we wouldn't expect the neighbors to do
Well,
that.
the landowners aren't, I don't have to go fix the road in front of my house.
That's right.
It's a county
That's what this
highway,
is saying.
but,
That's the.
and I shouldn't have to fix the pathway in front of my house that's in the county right away.
Yep. So technically, there is an ordinance that says that landowners are responsible for the maintenance of upkeep. It's whether it's a sidewalk or a pathway, there is an ordinance right now that says that you're responsible. Is it enforced? No, it's not enforced.
Well, let's fix it and do away with it.
It's the county. That's.
They do sometimes, yeah. When we have the resources, the county doesn't have infinite resources to do it, so we take care of it when we can. Yeah. So I don't think this is going to substantially change anything. What this is, let me show you. It's between the fence and that concrete ribbon right there that is the edge of the pathway. This is the landowner's responsibility for maintenance. It's just the vegetation control. The fence is the neighbor's fence, yes. So this is a pathway right of way that runs between lots. If there is a pathway that runs between lots, then the guy who owns this house is responsible for this vegetation. The guy who owns that house is responsible for that vegetation the exact same way that they're responsible for the vegetation in the park strip out in front of the house. Correct. Yep, correct. I'll show you the ordinance afterwards if you want to. It does exist. It's just how often is it enforced? It's a different question. Mm-hmm. Tore it out. Yep. Yep. So it's the same thing. Imagine, so we're going to an urbanizing area, right? In these form-based villages. So imagine, driving up one of these streets in Ogden, you've got big park strips, right? You got the street and you got a big wide park strip with trees in them. Then you got the sidewalk and then you got the houses. Those homeowners are still responsible for maintenance of all that grass in that park strip. City law. So it's just either that or the city has to pay a maintenance crew to go and do that. And so
And have
that's
their
at
own
the
sprinklers
taxpayer's
for
expense.
it and run their infrastructure to maintain it.
That's right. Yeah, yeah, sprinklers. and
Sprinklers
all
are a
that.
prime example. They're not gonna run a sprinkler system all the way down the park strip.
That's right.
They do.
The center of, one of these medians around here, that they had those, and down Grant, they do have some drip systems in there. So
And the
It
city doesn't do
happens.
a very good job of maintaining them anyways. I mean, look at off ramps and on ramps and stuff like that. I mean, they never get.
Yep.
They put them in and then they just let them go and they put a sprinkler system in, all the trees die.
The ones that are maintained nicely, it's because the city is doing that. UDOT doesn't make a habit of doing it.
And there is definitely a question of benefit. I mean, who benefits from these trails going down the highways? All the people from wherever
Yeah.
that come up and bring their bikes and ride around. Yeah, so in one way, it seems inappropriate to say, oh, you happen to have a house there, you're gonna maintain it for all these people as recreation and draw to the valley. Where it's used by everybody. Just like the road.
Yeah,
But if it's in a small resident area and you're walking to your neighbor's house that's 100 feet away or 50 feet away.
Yeah.
Maybe a different thing.
which is some reason why we do more maintenance along the Pine View Trail system as we would in other areas,
It's a good point.
because it's a regional draw and we put money into that.
Not wrong. You got the little commercial
Just
area,
form-based village is all we're talking about right now.
then that's totally different from. Because general plan says we're rural.
Right.
Rural has dirt.
Yeah, all these asphalt pathways probably should be dirt in the rural areas.
So the landscaping.
Yeah.
Uh, correct. Let me make sure it's as clear as it can be. I don't know if that is actually established. It is along the commercial streets and multifamily streets. We do say that those trees have to be there. But we don't make that as clear in the residential areas, so. Developer is responsible for installation of landscaping that will later be maintained by. Yes, so it's. Yes, and we want to make it really simple. I mean, you can see here, we've got, this is based off of a 6-inch aggregate rock with just some ornamental grasses. So you'd see a drip system possibly. But in the end, if you don't have that, even some of those are. Sure. I mean, this can be whatever you guys want it to be. In the end, what's most likely to get maintained is probably something that's really easy to maintain. And so if we've got flexibility, we just need to put some parameters around the edges of the flexibility. So we know how wide a developer will take advantage of it and do the cheapest thing. So we just need to make sure that we're there with
The reality of it is, if this isn't a form-based village, there's gonna probably be an HOA if there's townhomes or apartments. They're gonna maintain their own stuff anyways, because there's the land. You start sprawling out into the 1 and 2 acre lots, then it becomes, yeah, residence. But the developer's gonna put this in for his development. Likely, there's gonna be an HOA that maintains it.
I'm just thinking of that, I have no idea what the cabins is intended, the cabins on the bridges thing we had before,
So
okay,
they would have an HOA for that entire development.
but I'm just thinking cabins, and I look at a picture and said, hey, that's totally urban. That's not rural, that's not cabins, that's a city.
This was for the benefit of Western Weaver. They're trying to tip their hat to the agrarian nature, but they know they're going urban.
So if we're saying we're gonna be rural in the valley, but we're gonna look like urban, we got a problem.
Sure. And I think both can be true. Rural, urban, we're just defining where they.
So I guess the caution is, don't make the rules, the standards that apply in our high dense area applicable everywhere.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so we won't address pathways at all from a larger standpoint right now. We do need to rewrite the Ogden Valley Pathways ordinance, but we'll look at that differently at a different time. This is all just form base right now. Okay. Hate to break it to you, Chair. I think we're going to go to 8:30. Because now we're to the maps, and I think there's plenty of room for discussion. Changes to the changes different than what you're seeing there. Yes. Let's first talk about Nordic, because I think that's easy. This is what is in your packet. I'm not proposing anything different from this for the Nordic area. It's just should be the same. I didn't make any changes to that. Yeah, let me pull up what the Nordic plan shows right now. Oh, there it is right there. So you can see the configuration of these streets here. These streets were all configured based on a particular well, this street here and here is configured based on a developer's proposal. That developer is looking at doing something a little bit different right now. They don't have water to do what they wanted to do. And so with that in mind, Oops. Page 57. So this street doesn't change significantly from what is, it's already cut in, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to require it to be different. But instead of the, it's really inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Sorry, I can't zoom in on this any more than it is. But this road here is this road here. Okay. So it makes more sense for this road to be a through road, straight, go straight right here. Even the developer agrees, as opposed to coming in here and then heading to in the other direction. So basically what we're doing on this map here is we're taking this road here and kind of curving it out up into this area here, which actually fits better with the topography. It fits better with the, there's some ponds in the area. Doesn't have to be. We could save him the time and just do it now. My recommendation is do it now because it makes more sense. Well, in your hearing next month. We can when he comes in and proposes. I don't know that he'll use the form base. It may be somebody in 20 years who uses it. So we're just planning. We're just planning ahead because somebody in the future will, as soon as water is available, will want to use it. So the way that these are kind of configured in a more radial, they wrap around the mountain and follow the topography better. It's going to be cheaper for a developer to install and better for the county to pay. So we'll be tweaking all of these maps in time as we have specific and better information. We'll be coming back to you at random intervals to make some suggested changes. It doesn't stop his ability to come in later and say, you know what, I want to scrap this and I want to try a completely different street connectivity plan. I don't think you'll see this resurrected. It doesn't work for a myriad of reasons.
Where here is Nordic's kind of on the, there's this acreage, we talked about how many units are in there and they're gonna be developed kind of more higher density. Where is that?
That is this little tail right here, which we're not suggesting any changes to that. You can see it's this little tail right here.
So traffic's gonna get from there somewhere, but you're not proposing changing how that traffic would flow.
No, it will take substantially the same routes. Really, we're just looking at minor residential roads and just making sure that they fit with the contours of the mountain better. So we could actually get roads that are less than 12% in here. No, well, it is still a guess. It's just a better guess than it was now. That's why we made the change, because it's a better guess. We know more about the topography. Both. And water, both, all of the above. Now, I don't think the developer is going to come and ask for form base right away. But if he does find water, he can, and he doesn't have to go through a rezone to do that. He could just come in with a subdivision plan. So we're cutting one step out that the developer wouldn't have to go through just by making the change.
So is there something in here that says this isn't to specifically show where the roads will be? It's just an idea of where they could be? Does that?
No, what it says is that these roads need to be built unless we change this. And so that's really right to the point of what the chair was saying, is when the developer comes in and says, I can't build these here for this reason. And I'll show you an example of that in just a second. Then we get in and we amend these maps at that time. But right now I know that just based off of working with this landowner, that this is a better configuration for him for the future. It's also a better configuration for the neighborhood because it provides better conditions. So, and it's better for the topography. There's a whole list of reasons why this is a better configuration.
Can we put a note on the map to the effect that this may change as we get more information?
Sure,
Just to indicate it's not, this isn't locked in stone.
sure.
This is a suggestion that there need to be roads in this area. But they need to be configured so they work or something.
Yep, let me make sure so roads on maps are best.
Developer. Say something, slip it in. That's why I hesitated.
Sure. Well, okay, I'll address that in just a second. Here, let me put these thoughts out there. Okay, I'll make sure I get that language in there. Yep, that'll be just a general statement for all the maps. Yep. Okay, so the reason why we're looking at the form base and the amount of detail that we are is we're cutting out a lot of the guesswork for the developer. A lot of times the developer does they do a lot of configuring, they do a lot of engineering, they spend a lot of money on design. They come in and we say, well, you can't do that because of this ordinance, this ordinance, this ordinance, this ordinance, go redesign. And it's very much like our general plan consultant said to me when we were going through the general plan process. He said, Charlie, I feel like you're asking me to bring you a rock, and I bring you a rock and you say, no, not that one. He's not going to know which one to do. And so what we're working on, we're laying the framework for where these streets should go, how the streets should look, how the buildings should look. In the event the developer wants that street to go somewhere else, as long as you guys and the county commissioners are comfortable with those streets going in a different spot, they can change this through a legislative action. But barring that happening, if the developer comes in and says, I'm going to put the street right where you show it because it's the easiest course of action for me, it's cheaper, it's less red tape, I'm going to do it exactly like you've asked, they don't have to come in and show us their concept. They go straight to subdivision. That's the whole point. We're cutting out part of that process. So yeah, a developer may come in and they may say, hey, this is going to work better for me if we do it this way. Can we slip this in to use your words? So can we slip this in the next time we amend the form-based code? Sure, we can talk about it. Great. Well, and let me make it clear. It slipped in, but I'm showing you. And so nothing's hidden. We're just taking care of it now just to eliminate some of the red tape for the future.
Like your note, put on the maps. Because,
Oh, you want it on each map? Okay.
yeah, I mean, I think it's appropriate because
I thought about putting it
the,
straight into
the,
the
ori-
text.
the original alignment of these roads was a best guess
Sure.
at the time. It was just a kind of an arbitrary guess. Yeah, this is about where it will probably end up.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Great.
But it wasn't figured out.
Right. Not survey level accurate.
Something to do.
Yep. Yeah, you change their development. Yep, to say something very simple. Yep, you got it. So let's get to the next map. You guys could tell me whether or not you guys have warm fuzzies, but we're gonna run out of time if we don't look at the next one. Yeah, definitely not willy-nilly. Yeah, we definitely, so the things that I'm looking at aerial imagery, which I'm not putting that on the record because that gets really sketchy if you've got aerial out there. But I'm looking at it to make sure we're not plowing down somebody's house by accident. I'm looking at where the existing water courses are, where the existing topography is, where the existing infrastructure is, and resources. So when we're actually configuring these, I'm trying to avoid the hardship that could be created in putting a road somewhere. But I can't guarantee that I know everything about every piece of property. So, best guess.
Your comment here.
Got it. Yeah, you got it. And so let me make something else clear. If this developer comes in and says, I don't want to put it right here, instead of doing that bow, I want to do a little more straight. We're not going to stand in the way of that. Our ordinance is already written in a way that it can happen. Now, if they want to come in and do a curly cue, that doesn't make sense for the community from a traffic efficiency perspective. We might have some issues and say, you know what, we gotta go back to the planning commission to put that curly cue on there. We gotta go to the county commission to change the maps to show that. But it's not survey level accurate. So if it's a matter of moving it 10 feet or even a couple hundred feet, it's probably not that big.
So I'm thinking of planning this room. Probably when they planned this room, they started up here. Well, we got 3 commissioners. We might have more someday. Let's really focus on this. What are you gonna do out there? Well, we want to have some chairs out there. Okay. So you build this and then, well, how many chairs do you want? Well, I don't know, how many can we fit in there? How should we configure them? Now you're focused there, and it's the same with these roads.
Sure.
There are gonna be roads there. We're
Make
gonna
sure you
need
put
some
an
roads.
alley through the middle of the block.
But now let's focus on the roads as we figure out this development. And exactly where does it make sense they be?
Okay, so here's Eden. We have an applicant who is looking at this property right here. Their proposal is to bring in a Main Street road here and a couple of cross streets. But they only have, it's a fairly slender property that they currently have. Okay, so this goes right to the question that Commissioner Burton was asking a few months ago. Well, if somebody comes in with a really great idea and it's outside of what our maps say, what do? They ask the question. And so here's what your maps currently show for that area. It's right in here. So it shows 1 acre and 3 acre lots. You have an applicant who says, I'm coming in with a whole bunch of transferable development rights, and I own this. I don't own anything over here. So can we move something to allow for some of that transferable development rights to go right up in this area here? I know you're also going to have another applicant that comes not too far behind them. I've got a meeting with them next week, looking at the potential of doing this corner right here as well. So now let's talk about the best guess that went into creating this. I didn't have any inclination, any suggestion that any of this was going to be developed anytime soon. And so we left it relatively untouched, allowing people to go to 1 acre residential if they wanted to, but nobody asked. And so I didn't know that anybody would want it. Whereas over in here, we could tell we've already got streets started, if not some already finished. So it made a lot of sense to just make sure we didn't rub against the grain. We didn't plow through anybody's home or farm. We just kind of stuck with what we already had, least path of least resistance. But now we've got an applicant who's going to be doing transferable development rights that wants to build a Main Street right here. Gray is a different planning area here, Wolf Creek. Nordic, yeah. So they want to build a Main Street. So this is mixed use commercial. Mixed use commercial, by the way, Commissioner Barber allows for multifamily as long as it's above the commercial or behind the commercial. So that would be mixed use commercial. This would be multifamily. That's that orange. This kind of gold-ish color, that's 3,000 square foot. Up to 4 plexes can go on those. And then just outside of that, you've got your 8,000 square foot single family. And then right now your 1/2 acre. All the way into where there are existing 1 acre lots.
So this is the changed version from what you just showed us.
This one is the changed version. Yeah. Now, what the applicant isn't asking for, but that we need to be thinking about, well, first off, do we want to make the change for the applicant? That's question number 1. Question number 2, as we look at these properties in here, we want to make sure we've got consistency of land uses, consistency of building styles, and consistency of street infrastructure. And so I just kind of took the grid pattern and tried to just follow what they're proposed. This is where the Wolf Creek sewer line is going, right up this road here. Just so everyone knows. So right up this road here. Yep. So it's going to come up here, come down here, and then run right up in here, up into Kobe. This is Kobe right here. Yep, right on the other. This is the canal. So right on the other side of the canal is Kobe. So, yep, this is lower density. Yeah, the higher density is kind of right over in this area here. Yeah, the higher density is kind of lower in this area here. So, any knee-jerk reactions? Any shut it down right now kind of
I
conversations?
would say let's see the proposal from the developer before we change all the maps. That's my opinion.
Okay. What? Help me understand what proposal would you like to see?
This has already been laid out currently. That's not like this.
Yes, correct.
Let's see what they have proposed and then let's address it at that point.
So that's what I'm showing you what they have, the street layout that they have proposed.
Talking about is creep. We've been here before, right? This is what we talked about earlier. This is creep of the
That's right.
out. And I think, I'm not saying absolutely no, but at the same time, we already established the whole thing. I don't want to make the change and then go, then. Yeah. It's already there.
Okay. And help me understand what change you would like to have more information on. I can get you that.
Let's see the development. The development, I mean, there's streets drawn in here that I'm assuming have been catered to the developer without us seeing the development. I get that. You're planning ahead for a future development that's coming. I just would like to see the development and because if we approve this, then essentially the developer can come in and transfer his rights and build right now.
That's absolutely right.
Right?
There's been a bunch of property purchased in this area.
So what could happen is who's here, but someone's here, they can come in, and this person would change it. This person would change this and build this thing.
That's the value of the neighbor's property, and then the neighbor could do the same thing if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So essentially, the zoning map would kind of
I
carve
have
out
with
around
this
this.
chart. It's kind of, in some ways, it's somewhat skirting the idea, because this would be buried in a whole bunch of changes that the public would see as a stop. Because right now, in order to do this, they would have to make an amendment public hearing to change this area.
Mhm. Mhm.
We're kind of putting it in the book of other changes that we're just kind of doing. Right?
Sure.
And I'm not comfortable with not going. What is it that you want to build? Process.
Okay. So
And so-
let's make sure it's clear that the
wanting to comment about.
I'm sure, so nobody has seen this map except for you guys right now in this meeting. So I'm not exactly sure what he was coming about, but I know what property he was talking about. It made me kind of,
He's talking about the same area.
it was kind of interesting because I wasn't, nobody has seen anything like this yet. So let's
Times from people.
let's make sure the process is clear. So you change the text, which has the map in it, and then you rezone the property. This isn't a rezone, right? And so the applicant who owns the property will have to rezone to this. Yeah,
We're creating this.
it's the general plan. It's kind of like the general plan where we're saying, all right, generally speaking, this is probably okay.
Approval before.
Sure.
It's precedence. Okay. Something that's been established. Now.
Yeah.
Cost effective and good for everyone. In this scenario, this is like saying, we have this on this great idea. That's this, but why don't we make it much bigger, which is what we're doing.
Sure.
Just so that it makes the process so much easier.
Sure.
And it would be harder for us to say.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
Through the rezone, you've got the legislative discretion to say no. You say the map looks great, but we don't have enough information to say yes. let me make sure it's very clear. The whole point of the form-based code is to say, we already know what we're getting. And it is the rest of what we've already adopted. We've got design standards, we've got street standards, we've got building standards. We already know what's going there. So that's right. That's, and I could see the heartburn that goes into that. I could certainly appreciate that.
And we said that.
Now, I wondered if that would be a concern, and if maybe we need to kind of address some of the properties in here that may not quite as ready. All these dashed lines are just proposed roads. They're not existing roads. And they're going through properties that I don't even know if landowners are aware that the line is there. So we can always start, if we're adding here, maybe we're paring down over here. This right here, that's correct. Yeah, this area over here is already adopted. Yeah. So we're adding in over here. So essentially, we're kind of shifting where that village is kind of to over in here, at least. Hmm? Mhm.
West to change colors of this, and then.
That's right.
Which is what I'm concerned about. In this. I want.
Mhm.
Fix that prematurely.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they could do this, and I told them, I said, look, we're already in the form-based code. We can ask the question. Planning Commission's already got to look through this and vet it. So we can ask the question. If it doesn't go through, Planning Commission's already aware of kind of how it's going to be laid out. You guys have to submit your application and go through a different process. So they're aware that they'd have to go through their own process if you guys are not comfortable with the process. What do you
I think the difference is there's a developer ready to move on and make something happen here. But they're not sharing. No, we just haven't seen it yet, right? So my opinion is leave it the way that it is. Let's see the proposal. And then go through that whole two-step process. Right? That's my opinion. They do if we change this right now to this.
That's right.
Quick and easy.
I don't think the process is going to be any different for them, because they'll come and they'll show you where they want their street laid out and how they want this changed. And then they'll show you what they want. And then I'll show you what I think it needs to be changed to, because what they want is good for their property. We need to be looking at how to make it good for the community, how to make it, work for the community. But all that can be done in the same meeting. So they propose what they want. So I show you maybe some better alternatives, which I'm showing you right now. And then in that same meeting, they ask for a rezone. So they can do both text amendment and rezone, just like Nordic did. Mhm. That's right.
So other than Nordic, is this the first time an actual proposal like this has come forward for one of these clusters?
Yeah, I think you're actually gonna see the proposal that's right in this area before you'll see this, or maybe at the same time. But yes, other than Nordic, it's the first one to actually apply the zone. Now, the proposal that's coming in over here. Cemetery is right here. But you got a lot of you got 20 acres of vacant space in here. So, and they're talking about, you'll see this at another meeting, but they're talking about 21 acre lots right in that area, which is in conformance with the plan. So they won't even need to change what the plan shows. Yeah, no, I agree with you. This one's an easier answer.
So my, just due to this outlook for this first mixed use situation would be to go maybe slower, more careful, more steps, since it's the first one and might get more scrutiny from the public than the fifth or sixth one. Yeah, it's different.
This is totally different.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it's very different, very visible to everyone. Where Nordic's tucked away and might not happen forever. This seems imminent.
The infrastructure is going in for this project right now.
I want to remind you on the Nordic project, what I said still stands, that you can ignore everything that they submitted to you, because that might not be what you get. What you're going to get is the architectural standards that you've adopted. You're going to get the building massing that you've adopted. You're going to get the density that you've already allowed for the transfer, assuming they don't transfer more in there. And you're going to get the street layout that you've already adopted here. But what actually happens might not be where they've placed all of those buildings. That's just a conceptual layout. That's why I wanted to make sure it was clear to you guys, don't get invested in that. We've made sure that we tried to address the negative outcomes. For example, height was an issue. Traffic was an issue. Architecture was an issue. Folks, we can do this the way that you want to do it. I'm trying to advocate for, if you want to create a culture in which transfers are simple, and you need that culture, because transferring one unit from 3 acres to 1 unit as a condo doesn't pencil unless you could find a way to make it simpler for the developer to get to. No,
We still have. a
no.
public hearing.
So this has to go through a hearing.
Yeah.
And so does the rezone, and the rezone will invite everyone within 500 feet to the meeting. Amendment. Sure. Yeah.
That's been the part, right? It's not saying, hey, this area changed. Well, things are changing.
And then big.
What if we had another work session on this specifically and
I think,
talk?
I think the issue is public notification, right? If we have another work session, I don't know that unless we're notifying.
Well, if it's put on the agenda as this, and then we come back with our public hearing, looking at this area specifically. We can have them comment during work.
If you look at the way it's agendized, I mean, unless there's someone who takes the extra step to make sure everyone in the public is aware of it, it's agendized the same way. And so, I mean, unless we're going out of our way to make sure we're informing people of this, what I suggest we do is go to a public hearing next meeting with a rezone as well. So you're going to see that rezone next month anyway, if they submit the application. So that rezone is going to have to come first with this as part of the package. So what I'm suggesting is not that. What I'm suggesting is in your public hearing in February, it'll be specifically noticed as a rezone and a text amendment. That rezone will be sent out to everyone within 500 feet. It'll show the exact configuration that the developer is looking for. And if the developer wants to make any design changes to any of the buildings, he would have to submit that at that time.
So you're saying
It'll be specifically agendized as just this.
With the developer's conceptual plan and the proposed new street plans.
What do you see as the developer's concept plan?
I'm just saying that this is obviously getting catered to some sort of development that's gonna be potentially going in here. If you're gonna have a public hearing to rezone the area, the people might wanna see what's going in there before they just approve the rezoning of the area without a plan.
Sure. So when you say concept plan, are you talking about how the streets are laid out?
Well, what development's going in there? Because if you
What
approve
buildings are going?
if you approve this as a rezone, they don't have to see what development's going in there. If you approve this with a rezone with some sort of a conceptual plan of what development's going in there, that changes the game, in my opinion.
Okay, and help me understand the development that's going in there, the exact way that it's laid out.
That's what it's basically. For lack of a better. Knowing what because we're changing this to cater towards a specific.
That's right. That's right.
If you do the rezone before anybody gets to see what the proposed development's going to be, you've kind of cart before the horse.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just confused on what we're saying development is.
That's, I don't know, whatever, I don't know what the development is.
It's the design standard is in here, the streets are gonna look like these ones we were just talking about, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this is the concept.
That's it, but there's going to be a specific. Oh, yeah, they have to follow those guidelines, but there's gonna be some high density because it's in the dark red.
Mhm.
There's gonna probably be multifamily mixed use in that area.
That's right.
But what you're referencing, I think they're two separate things.
There is. Yeah.
Saying that they would have to, they have to in the rezone to have some information about even this.
Just this.
This is all they have to rezone that area. Then their development agreement comes in with whatever development they're doing, and they don't have to give that rezone
It-
after the development's.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be a development agreement.
Just a.
It would just be follow the code.
Charlie, maybe to give the planning commission that comfort level, because typically with rezones, we have work sessions before we take it for the public hearing.
Yeah.
So what if we did this and the rezone in a work session so that they could see,
Yeah.
they've seen a concept of this, but then we have a work session that deals with the concept of this, but then they're bringing the concept of the rezone and development agreement together so that you're looking at it as a complete package. And then that way the public sees
Yeah.
this and the rezone in a work session.
It's
So
the same way we did Nordic. We had the
Yes, we had
streets, we
many-
reconfigured the streets to match the development going in that area. That's exactly what we did at Nordic.
Yeah, and we had many work sessions associated with Nordic before we got to, you know.
Yeah. So
this point.
what I'm not understanding, we could go that way, but what I'm not understanding is if the streets are laid out the way that we're comfortable with the streets being laid out and the building design and architecture has already been adopted, what else is there to see?
We're moving streets though. That's what we're doing is moving. We're adding
Adding-
colors and
adding
moving
streets.
colors.
Yeah.
That's what I have a problem.
Don't like it.
I'm sorry, I just want to make it clear.
No,
for
I
the
understand.
Developer, I want him to know what it is, what the expectation is, and I still don't know what the.
Okay, so the expectation is, when we look at this, we're doing a work session, you're asking our opinion, whether we should change this in the next one.
Yeah.
I don't like that it's buried. I think it needs to be pulled out.
Okay.
Because
Separate
we
item.
kind of went through, oh, we're changing lot to lot and this, and see, it's just little, and then it's like, wham, here's this huge, this will,
Yeah.
really make it easy to, I mean, so in one breath, we're saying, we have a legislative a rezone to this, and someone comes in and says, this is what we've got. It's just like your plan. It's what you said you wanted. It expands it. It's exactly what you want. And we go, well, we don't really like it, but you're asking us right now to approve it is right there.
So Charlie, what I'm
That's the heartburn is,
Yeah,
but it's
I get it.
also, it's not what we've already said. It's
Right.
a Big growth. And
So,
it's-
so that right there, that's what I want you to focus in on. If this is not the right area for that growth, or you need more time to digest that growth, let's take that time. Let's set up more work sessions to do that. Doesn't, it says many units as they could transfer in there.
What's the range?
Uh-huh. That's right.
So here's the dilemma. On the one hand, we're saying we want to transfer development rights somewhere and create open space. And that hand is saying, yeah, that's what we want to do. And this is the other hand saying, well, we don't want to transfer it anywhere. The density will increase in that place we're going to transfer them. So the two hands got to start speaking to each other. If we're going to have TDRs and they're going to create open space somewhere, there's got to be a place to put them.
That's what the.
We've
board
kind of
basically said.
discussed the place that they're supposed to go is areas of high density, like Wolf Creek
Sorry.
or Nordic or Snow Basin. And so, yeah. What is this hand said ought to be happening is now happening. And this hand is saying, oh, we don't like it to happen.
But this is also, hold on, but you're right, but it's also creating a new zone. So it's like, we said, hey, we want a Wolf Creek, we want a Snow Basin. Oh yeah, and here too, here too. Instead of just like in these other areas we've already done. That's the part that I'm not saying it's the wrong thing. I'm just saying, I'm not prepared to think, I don't think we should do this in this, like this. Hey guys, this is a change.
I like that. We'll pull it apart and we'll make sure that the street regulating plan amendment, which is a text amendment, runs with the rezone. I still don't think you're gonna see buildings because that's not the point of the form-based
Quickly
code.
throw that map up again.
My computer just barely shut down. I'm sorry.
I
I didn't shut it
All
down
right.
either. It was telling me it's time to go.
We just expanded that zone all the way up to Wolf Creek. Where the Wolf Creek, I mean, that zone grew a lot. That was my biggest heartburn.
Yes. So, and that should be the discussion that we're having.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
Basically, Wolf Creek, is that what we're?
It's Newtown Eden Plus because we've added, there's the,
It's right up until Wolf Creek,
exactly.
so it's all just.
It's starting
Just
to
an
sprawl.
expanded Newtown.
We've been told that we're gonna have Old Town. And we're gonna have New Town and they're gonna be walkable. We'll have a parking lot and somebody can walk from Newtown over to Old Town. Well, that's a long ways. So it's kind of obvious it's gonna fill in between the two. And it's gonna be Eden. And we probably don't want 1880s to 1910 required for the whole
No.
new to old thing. So we gotta allow a little bit more architectural
Yeah.
Flexibility, but yeah, I mean, it's obvious this area is going to fill in and be more dense. If you're going to transfer development rights.
I see it as this is the whole thing behind the form-based. It's a little bit of why I was not comfortable with it to begin with, but it is what it's purported to do. I think our chairman's, it's
It's a lot to eat at one time.
the first meeting I've ever been to in my life. And we're gonna make a big.
Oh.
Really, but it-
So we definitely will pull it out separately. We'll have them run to get the rezone and the map
Yeah,
amendment run
we're-
together.
We can't make that change. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. I'm just saying we can't do this in the dark because it won't look right. Any part of it, it's not gonna look right.
I'm glad we,
Well, it's not in the dark, but it's like, no one's here. We're talking about
Yeah.
something that would get this whole room probably
Yeah.
filled. And they just don't know that it's what's being discussed.
I'm glad that we beat this horse because I think we've all come to the same understanding. And that is that if the public is saying, what is this going to look like? It's going to be, take your pick of any of these options. Here are the 8 architectural standards. Now, if we really want to make the developer show us exactly how the buildings are going to be laid out, exactly how tall they are, and exactly what their architectural design is going to be, every single one of them, we can. I would encourage you not to do that. You're going to lock him into something that he's not going to be able to do. And he's going to be in here repeatedly changing it, just like we've seen Snow Basin do. We will see Nordic come and change theirs, I'm sure of it. We've seen Powder Mountain do it. And that just gets in the way. It's one more barrier to a successful transfer program.
And can the developer at least be asked to say how many storefronts, how many restaurants, how many apartments, how many condos,
He
that
can-
type of thing
he
in
can-
general terms?
Yeah,
or-
he can give you a number that he wants to do, but the outcome might be
Sure.
different. So that's one of the reasons why I almost discourage that, because I don't want it to seem like he's lying. he may know what it's gonna be now, and he may have a pre-canned idea. But once he's got the zone and he meets the minimum requirements of the zone, he could do whatever the zone says he can. Yep, up to 50 feet high. Yep. Now he still has to provide parking and pathways and open space and parks and alleys. And so he still has to do all those things. So it's
And
not
water and
unlimited.
sewer and
Water, yep,
everything.
and all those things.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there are some limits.
But the heartburn is,
Definite heartburn.
we're not going shifting, we're growing.
Yeah.
That's part of, I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
this is where we want
It's
to
a-
go. No,
It's a good
this
concern.
is not a shift to the new area. We're making this area much bigger.
New area. Yep. And I'm glad we got to that because that's the focus here. Is this the right spot for it? And if it's not, tell them no.
It might be the right spot,
Yeah.
but let's look at it. Yeah, let's look at another work session.
More input than just us. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody needs to know.
Do
like,
you
it's
guys
not-
want anything else from me other than what you saw?
Well,
I'm gonna shoot
and
this
then
over to you guys in an email. So you
This,
can kind of
this
see
begs the
that.
question. Maybe TDRs is the wrong thing. Maybe we should have chicken pox all over the valley.
That is what the outcome will be if
Maybe.
TDRs.
I
don't.
mean, you can't have them both. You
And does the TDR
can't say no
have to
growth.
be in place before some big development happens?
Uh,
From, if they already own the TDR, if they already have the transfer rights, can they transfer into this?
No, because we tabled it.
For this area, it could be because there's an allowance for TDRs to be transferred into this area.
I thought it was only if they had it within that area.
No, because of this that we have right now, and then
We determined we don't know where it's coming from. Like we haven't even used, when we did that, we did the TDRs and we said, okay, like we want, where is it coming from? We have to determine that before we can start transferring.
this area, the village areas, they can be receiving areas once we rezone the areas.
But we don't have any. They can be receiving areas from what? Development agreements? Because we said that we
If-
didn't even
if
have an
there's
area where it would
rights-
come from.
If there's rights like in Wolf Creek, that because there's rights in the Wolf Creek area that they could transfer down to this area. There's rights within the valley.
Right,
that
but
could be transferred.
didn't we say that we couldn't do, we looked at the map and we said, hey, where are these gonna come from?
Red boundary. If you remember the red boundary that was around it.
And
Yeah,
we said,
We've already,
we're gonna table it because we've decided and
we've already written it into the form-based code that red boundary, essentially, the form-based code lists the zones that you could transfer from. It is that red boundary though, and it's the boundary that we pulled straight out of the general.
It's
That's how
only
that
in the
boundary was
form-based codes right now that's a possibility.
You're saying if I
Transfer from-
develop 40
Wolf
acres
Creek's
somewhere,
not a
I could
form-based
pull
code.
from somewhere
We haven't
else,
done
it's
it
not
yet.
in form-based.
But
village.
Wolf Creek has extra.
So say I
development
bought a 40
rights.
acre chunk of land
So-
and I wanted
They
to
have-
densify it and it got rezoned, I couldn't.
because we
pull
did this like
density
last
rights
time.
into
Yeah, we would
It's
have
not
to
a
amend it
form-based
for
village.
Wolf
That's what
Creek
you're saying.
to be
Yep.
transferred
Okay.
over, but in
You
other
have
areas,
to
we
have the
right
form-based zone in order
there
to pull from
where it
one of
could be
those other
transferred.
areas.
Even other areas, because we were talking about this and we were trying to determine where is it that we can pull from, and we never made that decision. And so if we haven't made that decision,
It's in
how
the-
can you start doing it?
It's in the form.
Then why did we even talk about it, Charlie? If
Bec-
it's already in it, why did we come in and say, hey, where is it that you want to pull from? Why did we do that?
That was a different tool. So we've got the form-based code that has a transferable development right program already built into it.
But that
And
would
then
be
we've
from
got-
form-based to form-based.
No, that's from anywhere else that's listed in the form-based zone. It's right there in your packet. You could flip to the back
So You're
page.
saying anywhere in the valley can transfer into form-based right now, but yeah, all that stuff we were doing on TDRs just like 2 months ago was a complete waste of time because it's already in the form-based code.
No,
Then what were we doing?
yes.
I'm sorry, because I'm totally confused now.
Okay, I was chairing a meeting, I think it was November.
Yeah.
Work section. And we had a long discussion about, because I was pushing the idea, anybody ought to be able to be a receiver, anybody ought to be able to be a sender. And you came in with a map with some markers
That's right.
and said, here's my map, and I've kind of decided, and let's mark on here. And there was discussion, well, that's arbitrary.
Mhm.
That doesn't make any sense.
Mhm.
Let's start out in a conservative way. Anybody can be a sender, anybody can be a receiver. And I think it was Commissioner Wagner says, and I said, do this map so that you can have anybody be a sender, anybody can be a receiver. And I think Commissioner Wamner suggested, well, let's have two maps. Let's have one that's kind of the Charlie map, and let's have one that's the anybody map,
General plan map and the
Yeah.
anybody map.
that,
Let's go that.
that anybody
feel
can be a
better.
sender or receiver. And we left the meeting with that idea.
That's right.
I then attended in December a county commission meeting, invited as a vice chair. And Mr. Ewert handed the commissioners the Charlie map, but not the other map that we discussed. And so what happened to the idea we're going to have two maps and we're going to discuss this thing?
Okay.
To the
Sorry.
tabling,
It's
didn't do anything until it came back.
push, pause. Let me explain. It's getting late. Little accusatory.
No, I'm not
Let's
being accusatory. I'm
take a
trying to
couple
just
steps
lay out
back.
the facts because I don't understand
We
what
had a-
happens here
We
every
had a
day.
conversation with Commissioner Ford and we explained the option between the two maps. And he said, I don't think it's an option. It is. He wanted to go with what Commissioner Wampler had suggested. And so we had that meeting to have the full discussion to talk about the option of creating two maps with the rest of the planning commissioners. And the rest of the planning commissioners said, you know what? Let's just go with the form-based village is where the transfers go. And anybody, anywhere else on the valley floor is where the transfers come from. That was the county commission that asked for that, not the
Oh,
planning staff.
okay, but we're kind of out of the loop here.
Yeah,
And our
I
minds are thinking, well, wait a minute, this is where we left this thing. And now all of a sudden it's changed. What happened?
Yeah, so
No,
when we started this,
They couldn't pick this up until we reviewed it again because we
Yep.
tabled it.
That was the TDR
Ordinance.
ordinance.
overlay ordinance.
Yes.
That's right. So if you recall
That
from,
we couldn't. It was the form base that Charlie's referencing right now.
that's right. If you recall,
Form base.
the
is
start of this
different.
conversation, I mentioned
That's
that
already
the
in place.
TDR
Let
overlay
Charlie explain.
zone has been backburned. That's what I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation we just gave. So the county commission said, we've already got a form-based village zone that has TDRs in it. It says where they can come from and it says where they can go to. So let's put the bigger TDR question, whether it's everyone can send to everyone or only some can send to only some. Let's put that on the back burner and let's just try TDRs out the way we have it in the form-based zone for now. It's a trial period. At some point in the future, they might pick up the TDR overlay ordinance to expand where transfers can go. But right now, it's only valley floor into village zone, or sorry, form-based zone.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And that does not exclude the idea that anybody can be a receiver or sender. It just says,
It does.
well,
The only place.
yeah,
That's
with
now.
respect to the form base. No, I think the wording here just says form base can receive from basically anywhere.
yeah, with it does list specific zones, but yeah, if it's within those zones,
It's
it's
only
receiving.
within those zones. It can't be from resorts coming down to the valley.
So it's like.
Well,
so we
it's
should
under the-
probably call it.
It's under the title of Ogden Valley Planning Area Form-Based Zone Transfers. So it's carving out something that says for form-based zones, it can only, let's see, transfer allowances and limitations. Residential development rights may be transferred to a lot or parcel in a form-based zone from any other place. Okay, and we're just talking about,
It doesn't say any other place.
I'm looking at line 877.
Hang on, let me pull it up again.
And this is all new.
Uh,
I think we might want to call it. It's 9 o'clock and I'm lost, but I feel like we just want this giant circle.
Yeah, we'll get clarification. Yeah.
Cause I feel like we went through this, but we said, no, we can't do any of that yet. So we do this. And then we said, now we're saying, no, we can do all of that now. We don't need to do any of that. I'm totally lost.
We'll get you some clarification.
What is officially, I know I did it earlier, what is officially a form-based zone? Just
No, Nordic has been approved, but it has not been rezoned yet. They haven't signed the agreement.
Once it's rezoned, it is. So the only area is Nordic.
Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Nordic's the only one that's come in.
A landowner could come in and ask for the rezone without having a development plan. Just ask for the rezone, and then at some point in time, when they're ready to, then they develop the way it says. So as far as transfers go, have a good look at lines 877 through 880, and then take a look at what the current code says, because even though it shows as new, it's not new. It's all been laid out before. It's just revised so that we're actually carving something out for Western Weaver as well. So Western Weaver is going to have a little bit of a different transfer program than Ogden Valley is. They're okay with doing bonus and things.
Charlie's
Where
in our
Ogden Valley's.
next Tuesday meeting with the Ogden Valley
I'm out next week.
with the work session.
Yeah, so the work session next week. I'm at the office, so we won't have another work session until the next meeting. Unless we want to have a special meeting.
We'll get back with you guys on that.
Sorry,
I don't like you guys having this disconnect. And
is the 7th
And I
the
know
work
we didn't-
session? Yeah.
yeah, the 7th is the next one.
Okay, I will be here for the 7th, so we can get this back on
Okay.
for the 7th with
Okay.
just, I mean, all these other changes, if you're not comfortable with the other changes, we'll have that as a separate discussion item as well.
Yeah, definitely take that on.
But we'll put the map and the rezone in the front.
And that's a work session.
Sure. Yeah, happy to. I'll send it out to Jan.
So-
Yes. Great.
I hope you can go home tonight and not think I'm accusing you of anything, okay? Because I'm
I
just
appreciate
trying to
that.
get to the fact, because that's all we can operate on.
Yeah, I appreciate
No, these are good discussions, very good discussions.
Glad to hear it.
it.
I noticed it. by the way.
feel like we're told this.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
they're gonna be-
I move we adjourn.
Should I move to adjourn? Thanks, Rick.